Hey, good morning from wild, wonderful West Virginia. Fat man, Mr. Charles, welcome this morning. I don't know what we're going to do here. I don't know how long I'm going to stay on. Zach kind of got tired and closed early, so I just thought I'd open a stream if anybody wants to hang out and have a discussion about anything. I'll set up a link to get in and give me just a second here. All right. That part's done. Should be good to go. So good morning again. Not much going on with me. Hey, all right. Good morning.
What's up?
How you doing? Up? You feeling good?
No, still having one of those one of them days.
You look a little beat up, my man.
Well, emotionally.
Hey, I'm not pretty either, so we'll get along.
Emotionally, I'm exhausted. Losing a pet like that.
Oh man,
never easy.
No, and what'd you say? 8 days?
Well, 6 days.
6 days.
6 or 7.
It tears your heart out. It really does.
Well, I mean, I know this sounds callous, and it's not meant to, but thankfully it was him and not Mayday. Mayday came back. Mayday is my ESA, and yeah, I definitely need her.
Yeah. Man, it's not callous. You got to look for some kind of light because it's a very dark day.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, hello, Miss Bullfrog. So good to see you. We've talked Miss Bullfrog into making her own cigarettes, so she's part of the Stuff Your Own Club now, or will be within days anyway. But hey, man, I had dogs for 45 years, so I've had my heart broken a lot of times, and I do relate.
I can't even remember really a time of more than 1 year without a dog in my life.
That's how I was.
I mean, even when I was a little shit-nosed brat, 4 or 5 years old, we had this one dog. I forgot the breed, but we called him Ivan because of Ivan the Terrible. You even go to touch this guy, and he will he'll let you know he don't like people. He was a terrible old man, but I still loved him.
Oh, sure. I wasn't allowed to have a dog as a kid, but my first apartment, I didn't have furniture. I had a dog first.
So, see, that's why I'm glad they, people started stepping up with the ESAs and stuff. And
now, I don't get ESA. Can you define that, please?
ESA is emotional support animal.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, I mean, that is
what they all are from the beginning,
Well, it's one of the benefits of some of these libtards policies. I mean, they do have some good, libtards are necessary. They bring out some good things, such as the ESA and, start with shit like that. Because apartments, the only thing I hate about apartments is they try to control you too much. Look, I'm renting this apartment, which means I do whatever the hell I want and have whoever I want and have whatever animals I want, as long as I return it to you in the same condition or better than when I rent it.
Right.
And I've gone off on apartment complexes. I had one apartment complex try to say you cannot have any firearms on the premise. I looked at that. I said, nah, that's a violation of the Constitution right there, baby. Not only the Constitution, that violates our state constitution. It ain't happening. Well, we can't rent to you. Okay, fine. If that's the reason you're not renting to me, I will see you in court. Next day later, your application's approved.
Oh, all right. I wanted to know how that worked out.
Yeah, they didn't. And then I had one apartment manager or gal that worked in the office. The apartment complex was renovating, and they decided to see, we had outside storage, a closet, and they put in washer and dryer hookups. And at first they were just going to give the tenants the washer and dryers. And then they decided, well, no, we'll just go ahead and rent them out. You know, I found that out when I went there to sign up for the washer and dryer. I'm like, nah, I'll just go ahead and buy my own and put it in. You can't do that. I looked at her, I said, what? Listen here, ghetto queen. Don't tell me what I can or cannot put in there.
What was their reason for not wanting you to supply your own washing machine and dryer?
Because they wanted to make the money off the rental.
Oh, you would have had to pay rent on it.
Yeah. They wanted to rent them out instead of just giving them to everybody.
Gotcha. Hey, Warriors. Good to see you. Oh, man. So, I'm sure you bought your own washer and dryer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and her kind of went at it a few times throughout my course of living there.
Pete, good to see you. I rented apartments way back in the day, and none of them were good experiences. You're always butting head with the rental office and all that. And really, when you pay rent on a place, it ought to be yours. You know, just like you said, as long as you're not damaging it, it's none of their business. Hey, I know apartments not too far from here. You can't even smoke in your own apartment.
Yeah.
And a lot of people may say, well, get over it, Tom. And I will, because I got my own house. Thank you. But that shocked me that you got to go across the street from your apartment to have a cigarette.
Yeah, they try all types of shit. And the problem is we have so many fucking liberal judges out there. You know, we need the good old-fashioned judges. Look, here's the rent. He's renting. Okay. It's his place. He pays you each month. As long as he doesn't destroy it, you have no claim as to what he does.
Yeah.
These people, places and people want to control every aspect of your life.
Hey, F Home, good morning. Thanks for being here.
So, yeah, Charles was asking if you're a good dude.
No, not at all.
I had to tell him that, to me, you're a good dude. You're a salt of the earth type people.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you see Trump's speech tonight?
I did not, but did you see Hutch's newest video?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you definitely have to check that one out. That is right. That is definitely a fun one aimed at backwoods.
What name does Hutch go by again?
Hutch Homestead.
Hutch Homestead. Okay.
All right. Hutch/Homestead.
All right. I'll look that up. Tony Smith.
Agnes Bullfrog. Virginia.
Bullfrog, did you check out that place I told you about for the tobacco? They deliver really fast. I mean, if you order it tonight, you'd have it by Wednesday probably. Virginia Roots, welcome.
Is it cheap tobacco?
It's cheaper than I've been finding it. It's if you buy it by the pound, it's I think 13 and some change. If you buy 5 pounds at a time, it's 11.
Shit, you're gonna have to give me that link.
Just write down Windy City Tobacco, Windy City Cigars.
I think I ran across them once.
Oh, I like them. They're gold. They're okay. There's Hutch's link. Let me let me run over to YouTube and make sure I'm subscribed to that. Thanks, Bulldog.
Oh no, I've never ran across these guys, but I'm glad. I'm gonna put in my favorites.
Who's that? Windy City?
Yeah.
You make your own cigarettes too?
Yeah. I use this more often. I used to roll them myself, and then I got a stuffer, a double barrel stuffer.
Double barrel?
Yeah.
I messed up the YouTube link. So I don't know whether the link's still pinned or not. Yeah, it sure is. Hey, all right. Even a blind hog finds an acorn once in a while. I did that right. Oh, okay. All right. So that just slides.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had one like that, and I've been using hand tools for 50 years, and my hands are so locked up with our arthritis.
Yeah, they're not that
really
good for you.
painful to use.
Yeah.
I got this little deal here.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at getting one of those.
And you just...
Yeah.
That's nice. I like that. I don't know how many thousands of cigarettes I've made with it. I need to take it apart and clean it out because I noticed the handle's been a little bit stiff lately.
Yeah, these push ones, if you got arthritis, they're definitely not for you.
Yeah, my very first kit was one of those. Of course, it was just a single. But if you packed it tight enough to make good cigarettes, I was having a lot of trouble making it work. High Polarian. And then I got one that cranked, and that was pretty good.
Yeah, I have those.
Yeah.
Or I haven't had it. I've used them. A buddy had one. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of nice to have an even fill. That's why I use the roller. And when the tobacco gets really dried out,
yeah,
the roller works a lot better than my hands do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like the tobacco I'm using now is like really dried out. It's like been out for 2 weeks.
You don't keep it in a bag?
I keep it in a bag, but
throw a piece of bread in there. It'll be fine by morning.
Yeah. I just figure whatever.
Good evening, Bug Dude. Good to see you. Hey, anybody else that wants to come up and shoot the shit, we're wide open here.
As long as the shit doesn't have any corn in it. I'm just saying.
And now I'm going to embarrass my family with a true story. We had an outbuilding right here behind the house. This was before I was born. My mother's little sister, who was 20 years older than me, but she was a little girl. And in this outbuilding, they had that to be a complete summer kitchen. They had a gas stove, they had a refrigerator, running water, everything. And then the inner room, they actually had a commode. And the discharge of the commode was plumbed outside to a creek that ran behind the house. Now we're talking, 1930s here, so don't get all shook up about the environment. That's just what they did. So, of course, when the creek got low, it took a while for that stuff to get washed on down. And Aunt Catherine was a little girl, and she was out back, and she spied the spot where that discharge came out, and she said, "Look at this, corn on the cob and everything else." Corn on the cob. Well said, man. That must have hurt. But exactly, Bug Dude. Everybody's sewer dumped into that creek.
Charles, the bread in tobacco, it will release moisture back
Yeah.
into the tobacco.
The dry tobacco will draw the moisture out of that bread, and then you don't get a wet spot in your tobacco. And they make these little, what do they call them? Humidors?
Yeah.
It's just a little metal disc with, I guess, cotton. And you soak those in water.
I think they switched those over to those damn bead things, those water absorbing beads.
Well, we don't want to absorb water. We want to.
Oh, well, no, because it absorbs the water, and then it
that.
actually releases. The beads will release the water at a specific rate.
Right on.
To keep the humidity up.
Yeah, and it keeps the tobacco from being so harsh too. I think if it's a little bit moist.
Right. But that's okay. I need to cut down on smoking. I've gone way up.
I should. Sitting in front of this computer is not good for me and smoking because I can't keep a cigarette out of my hand. Now, if I'm outside doing something, I can go half a day without a cigarette. And then I'll make it up in here at night. That suck.
Right.
Silver Girl, good morning.
So, where's it at? Tomorrow or Monday, I got to do a video with this. Whoops.
Okay.
Big processed cheese, canned cheese.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Let me.
And this, I know a lot of people on the East Coast know this, but I've never heard of it until about a year ago.
Brown canned bread. Never heard of such a thing.
Yeah. And then we got
cream cheese powder.
Yeah. And it's cream cheese. All it is cream cheese and non-fat milk. That's the ingredients.
No, I'm a rare bird, but I do not like cream cheese, and I can't even tell you why.
I love it. And
a lot of people do.
I'm like, if I'm going to try this brown bread crap, you know, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to have some cream cheese.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, well, I see cream cheese powder a lot. I might as well try that at the same time.
Well, do you reconstitute it?
Yeah, it's
mix it with water.
1 cup cream cheese powder plus 1/4 cup of water. Whisk and then refrigerate. Mm-hmm. Use more or less water to reach desired consistency.
Right. And that'll keep for years, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's just like anything that's been freeze dried. But this is my little video.
Okay.
Area. You can see it's packed with some foodstuffs that I picked up. This stuff, I was actually surprised. This ultra high temp or ultra processed milk that's shelf stable. Yeah, I was actually surprised. It tastes just like regular milk.
Does it really?
Yeah.
And how long will that keep on the shelf?
Not as long. This one has a best buy date of December of, Hold on a minute. I gotta get my glasses. I'm old. I'm getting there.
Copy that.
This is it has a Best Buy date of December of this year.
All right.
But you can probably get, with proper storage, you can get a couple extra months out of it.
How do they? It's regular cow's milk.
It's regular milk that's just been ultra processed, or not processed. What is it? Pasteurized.
Pasteurized.
So at higher temperatures for a little bit longer.
Okay.
It's definitely not something that you would want to use to make cheese with because it does change some of the enzymes. Then that's what I got this for. Oh. Whole milk powder. Not the non-fat bullshit. Whole milk powder.
Absolutely.
This stuff's harder to find than the non-fat and more expensive.
And that will keep for years, right?
That'll keep for years. And that's what I'll use to make cheese with.
Oh, okay. All right. Lorac, good morning. Brian Lloyd, good to see you. I'm your Huckleberry. Welcome.
Yeah, he is a huckleberry. But he's a good huckleberry.
So we got this war going on.
Really? No.
40 days that's been going on over there. And I'm seeing all these videos of these cities just laid flat.
That's not a war, it's a skirmish.
All these millions of refugees have fled. And they're all in Poland. And the Russian army can't seem to take a city.
Yeah, see,
the whole Russian army can't seem to take a city. And now all of a sudden today on the news, all these people, and they said over 1 million, are leaving Poland and going home. To what?
Something just ain't right with the milk here.
It gets dumber every day. Congratulations on quitting smoking, Silver Girl. Quitting smoking is easy. I've done it about 20 times.
So per day. Yes, I'm a quitter. As I light up another.
These people are snowing us, and it's so obvious.
Oh, let me change that.
Yeah, please.
Here, this is more suiting, I guess, since we're going to talk about Russia.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. Now, I'm not buying any of this, and I still don't have a clue what the truth is. But there's something so shady about this. You're telling me that the Russian army can't secure one city.
Right?
Hey, Doc Mac, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to have a bell ringing. How you doing, Doc Mac?
Good, man.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, they're just...
Yeah,
something's just not right.
Is that better?
That's better.
Yeah.
I
always forget to do that, but now we're set up. So yeah, Doc Mac, how come the Russian army can't take one city and secure it after it's flat and nobody wants to be there anyway?
Because of old school ways. They don't know urban warfare. They believe in the smash and grab. We hammer you out.
There anymore, man.
Okay. Well, there's
I don't know.
there's enough uh, guys that are urban warfare trained from us that are Ukrainian that have took it back to the Ukraine because we learned to change tactics. Russia's never changed tactics since World War II.
Well,
So
not
if
only that, but I think they have an issue with their own troops killing their own generals and their own brass.
well, they're more the Hulk smash type mentality. We're bigger and badder than you. We're just going to go head to head with you and go straight forward, and don't realize that there's people around that will shoot you from the sides and from the back and hiding in corners and stuff. You know, that's not Russia's mentality. Now we've learned that. It took us years too. I mean, when I went to the Gulf War, we were still Vietnam trained. Now, as soon as the Gulf War started, we started getting different training about urban warfare, and they started calling it mount training and stuff, where we started learning about city, block to block, street to street fighting, not jungle fighting.
Right.
But they've never learned that. They're just like get in the line and, pretty much like, from the very beginning of warfare, you just get in a line, you just march forward and you have acceptable casualties. And, that's just not how war works now. You have to go door to door with war. I mean, and we've learned that, but we learned that unfortunately when I was in, because I was trained in Vietnam era stuff.
Right.
And then when we started going door to door, we didn't have all that training. We started getting that training during that time, but I lost a lot of people I knew, and a lot of people did, because we didn't know that. But
This
now
stuff
America
wasn't
knows
going on
that.
in Germany during World War II.
What? I'm sorry.
This stuff wasn't going on in Germany during World War II.
No, it was
House-to-house
because
fighting?
carpet bombing was legal,
Nah. Hey, Von
and
Erich.
so you just carpet bomb the shit out of everything, and then you'd walk your troops in. Now carpet bombing is illegal. It has to be precision bombing. Well, Russia is
seriously?
carpet bombing now,
Wait a minute.
and so
wait a
they
minute.
think,
Go back. Carpet bombing is seriously illegal?
yes,
I didn't know that.
oh yeah, you can't just like take a C-130 and drop 100 bombs over a city and just lay it out, and so there's nothing left. You cannot do that.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Polarian,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I hope you take part in the conversation, man.
Yeah, I think it's a controlled war. I mean, if people think, I think it's all controlled. I think they're using space technology. When they didn't want to take over the city, they just don't want to take over. This is all set up to kill the economy and do all these things that we see going on now. So I think it's all controlled.
Waving everybody.
Hey, how everybody doing in the chat too, and on the panel. That's all. Say hello to everybody.
Good morning,
Yeah,
Officer.
I'm just gonna say this a little bit. I've been watching the Ukraine webcams on and off from day one. I haven't seen anything burning, and I see a lot of people on YouTube chatting about faked video, like the Russian tanks that are actually Ukrainian tanks.
Oh hell, me and Tom, we witnessed that when we were with on Rescues Live. We saw that shit. Weren't you there, Tom? When we saw the tank enter, and then the next day, some news station in California was showing it, saying all this nonsense, and we were watching people take selfies next to it, and the soldiers taking selfies of a statue with a statue. We were watching that shit live.
Oops.
And then, like I said, the next day, some California news station got a hold of the video, and they're saying how it's war and they're invading, and really twisted it.
Yeah, well, I don't
Sorry
know.
about that, Ree. I think I was feeding back. I think I had my speakers a bit too loud.
Say again.
Sorry about that, Ree, and everybody. I think I was feeding back. Had
I
my
didn't hear any
speakers up
feedback.
a little bit too much.
No, you sound real good right now, man. Real good.
Well,
Oh,
I had to
okay.
turn my speakers down.
Oh, so that wasn't me feeding back?
No, it wasn't due to feedback. It was just due to your mic gain is so high.
Well, I
You
have
boom
to.
over everybody.
Oh, yeah. Well, I kind of have to, or else I'm really down in the mud.
Yeah. Is it springtime in Baltimore, Von Erich?
No, not quite.
Not yet.
Not yet. It was a little nice today, but it's not quite there.
Those iguana people aren't coming out for you?
That's definitely not going to happen. Not at all.
They said the cherry blossoms were full at peak bloom in D.C. I thought you'd be really pretty in Baltimore.
Nah, I ain't see that. Nah, I ain't see that.
Yeah, I saw that on TV the other day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I ain't see that down here.
Well, Von Erich has to leave his house first.
Well, that's true. That's true. You're right about that. That
He's
is
more of a shut-in than me.
Yeah, that is true. You're right about that. Well, yeah, I think this. It is something. How they can't take over cities. It doesn't add up. It don't.
That puzzles me.
Yeah.
It really does.
You got one of the biggest technology when it comes to warfare, and you can't take over a city. It doesn't add up. It don't add up.
Nothing about this adds up. And hundreds of millions of dollars every couple of days we're starting to send over there now.
Right.
I think these people realize that their money laundering days are starting to come to a close, and they're just doubling down. And boys, let's get it while we can, because it's going to dry up. How about that?
Right.
Hey, Garrett, good to see you. And they're bleeding us dry. They are completely bleeding us dry, folks.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is. We got gas prices going up, food prices going up. We supposed what? Are we in a recession yet?
Not yet, but it's coming.
Okay. So
tell you what,
technically we're in a depression, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
Yeah. When it reaches a point, and it's there, people are starting to cut back on buying things because they can't afford it.
Right.
You know, it's the what they used to call discretionary spending, a little bit of money left over to do something fun with. That's over.
Right.
So when people quit buying shit, factories ain't going to be making shit because it won't sell. They can't afford to make it if it's not selling. That means more people are going to lose their jobs. And that means more people not buying shit. And factories closing. Man, it's getting serious. It's getting scary. And I don't know. Oh yeah, Tony. I mean, I said a couple of weeks ago here. You know, they said gas is up 50%. Food's up 30%. They had a list, 6 or 8 things. Everything up 25, 30%. How does that translate to 6 or 7% inflation that the government's talking about? It's bullshit. So Tony Smith is right. The inflation rate's probably worse than 25% and getting worse every day. And this dude releasing strategic petroleum reserves. Good morning, Silver Girl. You know, that's the equivalent of a guy in his 50s saying, well, I think I'll take off work for a couple of years and I'll just live off my 401k for a while. The money that he was saving for his retirement. And that's what we're doing. We're pissing away oil that's supposed to keep tanks and airplanes running if we get in trouble. Where's the logic behind this? What's the strategy?
To break us.
Break us. Why?
To control us.
I wanted to read something that I actually received today about what they are doing overall to the government or in the government to us and how stupid they are.
Okay.
Okay. Once upon a time, the government had a vast scrapyard in the middle of a desert. Congress said someone may steal from it at night. So they created a night watchman position and hired a person for the job. Then Congress said, how does the watchman do his job without instruction? So they created a planning department and hired 2 people, one person to write the instructions and one person to do time studies. Then Congress said, how will we know the night watchman is doing the task correctly? So they created a quality control department and hired 2 more people. One was to do the studies and one was to write the reports. Then Congress said, how are these people going to get paid? So they created 2 more positions, a timekeeper and a payroll officer. Then Congress said, who will be accountable for all of these people? So they created an administrative section and hired 3 people, an administrative officer, administrative officer, assistant administrative officer, and the legal secretary. Then Congress said, we've had this command in operation for 1 year, and we are $918,000 over budget. We must cut back. So they laid off the night watchman.
Yeah. That's the way it works, isn't it?
I just thought you might appreciate that.
I love that. Thank you very much. Or $54 a sheet for half inch plywood. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I've got to confess, I worked for the government, and they were crazy. The way you do budgets in federal government, if you do not spend all of the money they gave you this year, no matter what might hit you next year, you get less money. And they can know, like what I did, they could know that a law was changing and that our workload was going to triple in the following year. And if I didn't spend every single penny from this year, I would get a 20% cut in next year, even though the workload was going to triple and was known. You can't give the money back to them.
Yeah.
I'm serious. You cannot, at the end of the federal year, give money back to the feds if you're a federal into DC. It won't go. It has to be spent.
Oh
It's
wow.
the same way with any government budget. They have to do it that way because otherwise they'd have to return it to the taxpayers, and God forbid that happen.
Right.
I've told y'all before, I worked for the government, the state of Maryland, for a while. I got reprimanded for having a chair repaired. They wanted me to buy a new chair.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
I've done that. It was known as Christmas in September.
Say again?
You had my staff would come to me starting in August. Are we having Christmas in September? And I usually knew by then, and I'd say, yeah. And they start putting in their orders for new equipment in the office and stuff they wanted, but really didn't need. I bought new chairs for everybody, new desks for everybody 1 year. 1 year I bought all new typewriters when we still used typewriters. And the other ones weren't bad, but I had to spend the money somewhere.
Wow. Wow.
Because they were going to take the money. If they would just leave it even, you know.
Wow.
No, they take 20% off the top, not what you didn't spend, but 20. And that's, you might have the best numbers in the country. You might have the best quality and be recognized in the country for that. Nothing matters if you cannot give that money back.
That's a crime. That's not the way it was supposed to work. And we're at the position now where they don't even come to us and say, hey, taxpayers, we need more money. They come to us and say, oh, by the way, we're taking more money.
Right.
That ain't their money.
Man, that's something. That's something else right there. That lets you know where are we heading to.
And what I was talking about, I've been retired for over 20 years. That's how it's going.
That's real deep right there. That is deep because
it's disgusting.
That's deep. That's deep.
And people got to get disgusted, and it's getting to the time we got to get out and show our disgust. Who's on top of Mount Everest with all that wind blowing?
I don't know. Who's that?
I don't know. They're kind of faded down. Somebody's got a mic gain up real loud, picking up.
I think that might have been somebody might have been outside.
Doc. He just muted himself.
Hasn't been me. I've been sitting on mute.
Yeah, that's like you said, that's a big thing to swallow right there.
Well, Eric, one of the other things, I'll go ahead and add this. I work quite a lot in central office in DC and on special assignments. And I went to the budget people one day. I found my way to them. I didn't ask permission. I'm much better at saying I'm sorry afterwards. And I meandered my way over there and started just kind of chit-chatting, and finally found some people that actually knew a little something. And they laughed at me when I said, is there any way I can turn the money back? Isn't that the way you're supposed to do it? That's how I do my budget at home. Why can't we? I wanted an explanation of why can't you turn the money back? And what I was told was, and I don't know how much this person knew and how anything. I was just somebody in the department. I was trying to get whatever I could. And what I was basically told was, well, once the money goes into the budget, it's spent. It's done. It's taken out of the national budget, and we can't return money to the national budget.
Oh, okay. Okay. I can see. Well, that makes sense if that makes sense when you want to keep on getting money and get more.
Right.
You could go to Congress and say, "Hey, it's not enough. We need more. We we in debt."
It was trickle down type.
Right.
They couldn't give it back to Congress, and we couldn't give it back to Social Security.
Right. Because if you say you had some money left over, they can cut you or cut it.
Yeah, and not only that, but the people would know.
Right, the people would know. Right, that's true.
People would know that the money was returned. And how do you get more money from the people the next year if
Right.
money was returned the preceding year?
Right.
So it
Show a need.
could not return it to Congress.
Right,
It had already been spent.
right. That
It's
makes sense.
ridiculous, and no business can operate like that.
No,
Yeah, no private business. I guess a government business can though.
Government's not government's not a business. It's a government.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it ought to be run like a business.
right,
Is my point.
right.
Oh, absolutely.
why can't you give the money back to Congress? There's always some project someplace that needs extra money, some bridge that needs to be repaired or replaced that there isn't money for. Give it back to them and let them disperse it to various needed emergencies. Or, heaven forbid, they put it in the bank and save some money.
And maybe give us a tax cut.
Give us a tax cut for it,
Of course, that's the last thing on anybody's list.
except mine.
Which that
Is it true?
that part I don't understand with the federal government. I mean, here in Arizona, we have what's called the rainy day fund. In case shit happens, we have money in the bank for the state that we will be sufficient for a while.
That's an excellent thing, but I don't know of any other state that has that.
Oh, lots of states have rainy day funds.
Do they?
Yeah.
I think Arizona's is one of the largest, though.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Maybe they just never let me know about it because they're afraid I was going to go raid it.
I'm pretty sure West Virginia maintains a rainy day fund. Don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure we do.
Didn't years ago they used to burn money when because it was so much out there, they used to burn it?
I don't know about that in this country. I have heard that in Venezuela, money literally blows down the street like trash, and it's not worth bending over to pick up.
It was this movie they used to that I seen, and they talked about it in the movie how it was called Dead Presidents. And they talked about it in there how the Federal Reserve used to burn money because it was too much out there, so they used to burn it. And
I don't know about that. They used to burn mutilated currency, but I never heard of money being burned because it was too much of it. I mean, usually when they're running it right, unlike now, there isn't too much. Now we got enough that it's not worth what it should be.
Right.
Yeah, undated. In too bad a shape to be useful.
Oh, okay. The money that was seen no longer. Okay, I got it.
I did a brief stint working in a bank too, so that's how I know all that stuff. We, when people would bring cash into the bank, if a bill was in bad shape, it got put into a special pile, and we never gave it back out. And then it would go back to the feds, and they would burn it. Or back to wherever it came from. I don't know.
I said there's some reports coming out that Putin is trying to get around using the dollar when it comes to paying for the oil and the gas.
He wants nothing but rubles.
Right, that's what he's trying to do. Man. Now that if he does that all around, it could bring the dollar even lower, especially since we in inflation. And then if he does that, that could bring the dollar down.
Oh yeah, it'll hurt the dollar for sure.
Yeah.
And I think that is the whole point. They have to bring. Wait a minute. The bad guys got to bring the dollar down so they can do their reset.
Right.
And the good guys need to bring the dollar down so that it really does strap, break, and defund the bad guys. The bad guys keep pulling out more and more money from hidden places and taking and not bribing, but taking money where they shouldn't have taken it and sticking it places that, and they just keep coming up with more money. And they can't be making money in any of this at this point. So they've got to be pretty low in getting all their stashes out. And the only way for them is to turn it over to the Great Reset and the coin thing, Bitcoin. That's what they're trying to do.
Okay.
The bad guys particularly want it to be useless. And then everything will go up because the dollar won't be what everything else is evaluated against. It'll be the ruble. So we would be then evaluated against them, and our dollar would then be, say, 19 cents.
Oh, wow.
Well, and this could be avoided by opening up oil production in this country.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, Chrissy Cat, you get caught with a counterfeit bill and you're out. They do not care about you.
Right.
All they want to know is where you got it.
Yeah, I don't think that's not right, Chrissy. That always irritates me. Every time I hear something like that, somebody is doing the right thing, and they're turning in a counterfeit bill so somebody else doesn't get stuck with it. And the bank won't give them the $20.
No, the $20 never existed.
That's absurd.
yeah.
Well, think about it. The money didn't exist.
But then I can see how that could go backward. Oh, that could come up and bite you on the butt. Because then you could make your own counterfeit $1,000 bills and go in and get $1,000. No, I'm wrong. That was
Yeah,
When I was in Job Corps.
Time in federal prison, a long time. They take counterfeiting.
I was at Walmart one time. I went through the toll into the toll plaza in Maryland. You know where that's at, Tom. The toll. You know how the toll. You got the toll to go through the toll to pay to get through the 295. Have you been through that toll plaza?
I've been on tolls on, I think, 95 maybe.
Yeah, 95. They got one on 95 and 295.
Yeah.
I went through there and I got change back. And then I went to Walmart and I had a counterfeit 20. And yeah, it was like this is counterfeit. I said, well, it's not. I just got it from the toll plaza. This come from the state. It's not, I just got changed from the state. And he was like, well, we believe you. So what we can do is we can take it, just give us another, or we could give it back to you and you have to leave. I was like, well, I don't want it. Because if you give it to me and I leave, you could call the police. You will have, because you got to call the police. I'm like, I don't want it.
They seriously offered to give that back to you?
Yeah, they said, yeah, they said we can't. They said we could have two options. We could give it to you and you leave, or they could confiscate it, you know. But yeah, they was like, yeah, but we can't take it.
Hey, Doc, I'm really sorry about that. I sure didn't do that. If you want to try to come on back up, man, please come on back up. But Vaughn, seriously, you didn't notice anything wrong with that bill?
No, nope, not at all.
Wow.
Nope. She put the ink on. She put the mark or whatever on there.
Oh, it was that good.
And it was called. She called the manager, and that's when he came up and said, I said, here you go, because I pulled out. I gave him I had $100 bill. And I gave it to the toll, and they gave him the change. And I was like, here, this is all what I got. I just got this from the toll. And they was like, well, we believe no problem. They gave us, it was 3 options. It was a couple options. Because he was like, one of them was calling the police. I remember that. I was like, listen, I ain't take no, that I am not even into that. You know,
the police are busy. Let's not bother the police with
that. Right, I'm a business owner. I was like, listen, go ahead and keep the 20. I don't even get it because I don't even want to, you know, all of a sudden I get pulled over. I'm going to jail for counterfeit.
Seriously, yeah.
You know, just go ahead and keep. Matter of fact, check the rest of these 20s. It's not even worth it to go to, you know.
Hey, Doc, space ain't a problem, man. This is a big old building. I can have 10 people up in here. So don't worry about that.
When I was in Job Corps, we had a gentleman that was in the printing trades. That's what he was learning. And he decided to counterfeit some money. That was a big no-no because Job Corps, even though it's managed by, you know, private company, is considered federal land. He did a couple $1,000s in counterfeit, and we had the feds out there in a heartbeat.
Wow.
They arrested him, and I'm pretty sure he's still probably in jail to this day.
Underneath
for printing counterfeit money on federal property.
He was having a very bad day that day.
No doubt.
Now, when I heard that you can't keep a lot of cash on you, I just seen something. Someone was trying to go. They had like $80,000, and they was using the gold to buy a car.
Civil asset forfeiture.
Yeah, they said they could take your money. You got to prove to them that you're not a criminal or you're not using it. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and they'll usually agree to give it back to you if they get to keep half. Civil asset forfeiture is the scourge of American law.
That is crazy.
And that just goes against everything that's right.
Yeah, that is nuts.
Hey, Ghetto, look at him showing off all these beans. You got a ham hock in there too, buddy?
I do not, sir. Not yet. Not yet. I'm working on it. Not yet. I'm trying to get them. I'm trying to get the beans put away as fast as possible. But
they're looking good, man. They're looking good.
Yeah, looks good there, Ghetto.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Pollard?
Not much. Just
Mr.
been listening to music and different stuff and watching videos.
Mr. Ray, Mrs. Silver Girl, and Mr. Tom. I did not know you were going live, man. There was like 4 or 5 different people live. This is the 4th panel I've been on tonight.
You just kind of like a panel whore, aren't you?
Yes, I just left the Canon streams like, well, I'm a panel whore. I got to jump over to Tom's now.
You pass around from one panel to the other. Welcome back, Doc.
I think this is my 2nd or 3rd panel.
He's full of shit, Tom. He's full of shit.
I left the Canon stream.
Tell him to kiss the fat baby's ass, Tim.
Hey, leave my ass out of it.
Just
leave my ass out of it.
My white beans are done. Northern beans. There you go. Come on, Doc. Start to cannon, man. How y'all
I got
doing? I
this
didn't mean
shit.
to interrupt the conversation.
Hey, Ghetto, that shit's addictive, ain't it?
Yes, sir, it is. All right, there we go. Now I can sit still and kick back. Ooh, do I got an echo or is that
Somebody has an echo. I didn't hear it before you came in.
Now, how about now?
That's
okay.
better.
It's
Much
either Doc or Ray.
That's real good.
All right. Well, that wasn't me. It's Doc and Ray muted themselves, so I'm not sure which one of it is. Which one of them?
Well, let me take myself off of mute. I just readjusted my mic gain.
You're fine. You're beautiful.
Could have been Doc. Yeah, you sound good. It might be Doc.
Kiss a fat baby's ass. Do you hear mute now?
You're echoing still, brother.
Just slightly, Doc.
See, I don't hear the echo on my end.
Yeah, no echo on my end either.
Yeah, I'm getting just a slightest hint. I don't know. Is it me?
I'm pretty sure it's Doc. I don't know.
Here, I'll.
No, I think it's me.
Will the guilty one please stand up?
Kim,
Turn down.
No, because everybody's
just
talking
blame
and
Vaughn,
I'm seeing my
please?
audio avatar
There you go.
actually, bounce like it. You can see the voice.
I would feel more comfortable if we just blame Vaughn.
That is so disrespectful.
Not only blame Vaughn, but send him some iguanas.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Tom, I seen you were in the chat earlier today, right? When me and little Ghetto was playing around.
No, I didn't get to see that.
Yeah, they ended up taking it down, but I had.
Why? Because of the BB guns?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
Nah, I gotta readjust a few things on it, but yeah. But man, it was nice because Rip Curl jumped up there with me, and so did Prepper 101, and they were giving my son some good lessons on how to hold it and how to position himself and stuff like that.
Good.
So it was nice. I it was an impromptu little live that I was just doing with my son. He's been begging me, I want to get on there. Of course, I'm not going to show his face or nothing on there,
right?
But like, yeah, man, let's go. And it turned out pretty good. So hopefully, it may have. I don't. My wife said it was taken down. I haven't even looked yet because I've been busy canning and doing all that stuff. But
it was there about an hour ago. I actually
was it still there? Okay, good.
Yeah,
maybe it wasn't taken down.
Tom went live.
All right, right on.
Is a BB gun really a firearm?
Well, I mean, I would show you, but
nah. That's all right. I've seen one before. Good morning,
you haven't
big
seen
country.
these ones, brother.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's why I said I'd show you, but it might. No, this one's identical to a Glock 19.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, down to the weight, and that's why I got them.
Little BB gun.
Have Ghetto point it at his good eye and shoot it, and see if he would consider it a firearm or not.
So that's why they said they might because of the.
Y'all still got that echo back.
Yeah,
Sounds like a painful way to test it out later.
Tom, I'll be right back.
Okay, Ray.
Hey, Doc, hey, Doc, undo your stuff.
I have nothing on besides StreamYard on my laptop.
You sound good, man.
Okay,
You
then it
sound
was
great.
right. I was just double checking to make sure it was right. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know what was causing that.
Well, they must have took it. Oh, so if it looks like I guess it's because it looked like a Glock or something. They might have took it off because of that.
Yeah. So what the reason behind it, and I kind of understand the reasons behind it for YouTube, but the reasons behind it is because people would, commit suicide, off themselves on camera on a live
Yeah.
stream. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, so it honestly does make sense. It just sucks. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Okay.
But if I upload a video with them and all that, usually the videos will stay.
Well,
That's
when would anyone need a rule not to commit suicide? Or hear that a rule was there that didn't
no,
allow?
it's not about the rule. It's they take the whole entire stream down as soon as the algorithm picks up the
Okay.
picture of a gun, so that way other people don't see that person doing it.
Yeah.
Just like they do other ones for copyright, and they just knock you off at the time.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
That's the distinction. Okay.
Better be safe than sorry.
Other
Borac, a lot of them don't have orange tips.
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
Wow. That's something else.
Oh,
Hell, I
people-
remember playing with play guns that never had the orange tip before they required it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we just took the orange tips off, but yeah, I don't remember those days before the orange tips, but we had the orange tips. We took them off, filed them off. All right.
That's
Okay, there we go. Sorry, brother.
that's something else. Gotta be. I guess. Yeah.
So I'm assuming the echo problem has been resolved.
Completely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
No.
So sometimes just by closing down the browser and then reopening it, it seems to fix it.
I was like, man, Ghetto came in here and just ruined Tom's stream. I'm over here thinking I had something turned on, and I'm over here just being so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Vaughn's like, yeah, you usually are, Mom.
Hey, I was starting to blame myself.
So what's going on tonight, Tom? Oh, sorry.
Oh, nothing at all, really. I think Zach got tired and closed his down pretty
Yeah.
quick. I don't know whether he was up an hour or not.
Nope. About
Oh, okay.
43 minutes.
Was that it seemed like
yeah.
he got tired of this
quick.
real quick. So,
And don't worry, Eric or Von Eric, we'll always blame you. We blame you for the Ukraine issue.
Oh my goodness. That is so disrespectful. Y'all just I thought I seen Zach on Hawk's channel on the Prathon.
well, I think the idea was to go to Hawks, but
Okay.
yeah,
Oh, that's when Craig went, because Craig went live as well. We was already over at the Cannon. Doc was live. Lucky Dame was live. So I was just bouncing around like a freaking frog.
I didn't know Craig was on.
Yeah, I mean, nobody cares though. Just saying. Don't nobody go over there, man. It's like a drag queen show up in there.
Craig runs a great show. I love watching Craig. There's a little something wrong with that boy, but I love it.
You love it like a train wreck. Yeah, I see.
With Craig, just enough is wrong with him to make him right.
Right?
Oh man.
Hey, all 4 to 8 viewers I had, I appreciated. I just want to say that
Right on.
for
Eddie.
3 hours.
Wow.
I didn't know you was on.
I didn't either.
Did I come over? Oh, yeah.
No, you didn't come over.
Y'all are so disrespectful. Just
Yeah,
saying.
It was disrespectful.
Go ahead and smack me while I'm down, Vaughn.
Dang,
What you mean, Vaughn? I'm your homie. I'm the only one that went in there. Shoot. Me and my wife. You had like 2 guests on your whole channel, man. It was me and my
I
wife.
said, Vaughn, you motherfucker. Don't make me punch you from the side.
right. He said, you sure? I was like, oh man, I didn't know. If I
Wait a minute. I'm over here punching silver. My bad.
I'd have came over.
Listen, boys, don't make me break out the howitzer.
No,
He
get
said, boys. What's
her
up
rolled
with
up with me.
What's up with your
That's my
picture,
brother,
Ray?
though. So
I mean,
YouTube World War III. Watch out, everybody.
Right.
See,
actually,
that's
Tom, Ghetto said Tom's on. I'm like, well, let's shut this shit down. Let's go over to Tom's house.
Man, I had to force him to shut it down to come over here. He didn't want to. He's
Whatever,
like,
motherfucker.
man, F that crooked old redneck, man. I ain't going over there, man. This is better over here, man. What?
Hey, don't listen to that good old motherfucker. Listen to a good old country boy.
Hey, Doug,
And,
do me a favor and check the private message, would you? Thank you.
and see who was on.
Popcorn. Get your fresh hot
Oh,
I
popcorn.
appreciate y'all closing down, but you don't want to close down for me because I'm usually not doing anything interesting. I didn't even get online till late. I had a little issue with this stove behind me. It completely clogged up. And I spent a day cleaning that out. And Tom knows clean the stove after every ton of pellets. And Tom decided, it can go a while. No, it can't go a while. And by the time I got, the flute pipe was full of ashes. The heat exchanger was full of ashes. Creosote, dear Lord, the creosote. So, wire brush, vacuum. Thank goodness I have a soot vac that was made to vacuum out oil furnaces. So it'll take all kinds of filth. Ms. Ghetto, good morning.
Oh, man,
Yeah, that was my day. See my hands, my thumbs all. So that's why I didn't get on till late.
You got any fingerprints left?
Yeah. Dirty one.
There's a few, huh? No, you're good, Tom. We were just playing around. We basically was like, we may as well just smash them both together because he had maybe 8 people, and I think you were up to like 15 or something. I was like, well, people are double dipping because I was looking at the chat on all the streams that I was going through, and I was like, man, everybody's in all the chats, so let's kind of minimize it a little bit, so people don't have to have a bunch of tabs open. And
yeah, that works.
I'll listen to that. Ghetto was actually looking out for the community members.
Hey, that's where it's at, man. It's about the viewers. It ain't about y'all on the panel. I kiss their butts, not yours.
I can hear that. I thought DJ Fat Man was going to play this. DJ Fat Man.
All right, let me get this.
No, I did my early morning DJing.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Sorry, Bon.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, I was going to say real quick that I'm glad everybody's on. I was planning on going on late night, but I'm glad everybody else is on. Shoot, makes me not have to go live. I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Well, I got my badminton set up to where I have LED lights in the birdie and LED lights around the net. So, and me and my wife like playing it at night. It's pretty fun. I'll show you guys here in a second, but so I was just going to run a live stream while we, play some badminton, just horse around.
Oh, okay.
So we ain't got to now, so that's cool.
You have a birdie with lights?
Yeah, well, the name is a shuttlecock, but it's bad.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, but yeah, man, I was gonna say I'll show you here in a minute. Dude, it's killer, and we have the perfect backyard for it. So every summer we set it up, and then I have some solar string lights wrapped around the net, so everything's lit up other than us, obviously.
Yeah.
And man, we'll be out there for hours during the summer at night, anyways.
That sounds pretty cool. Did you make this or did you buy it with lights already installed?
So I bought them with lights. I ghetto rigged a few of them, and then I looked online. I'm like, son of a bitch, they stole my idea. I mean, I was happy because I didn't have to, hot glue gun a little tiny LED light. I'm thinking about, okay, I got to buy these little lights, and man, they already had it freaking invented. But with the net, yeah, that was all me. But with the birdies, I'll show you here in a minute.
How does
I'm
that thing
rolling.
hold up, man? Being beat back and forth like that.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll show you since we're talking now.
Hey, Vincent. Good
everybody-
evening, sir.
With everybody who's gone live today, I was actually waiting for Von Erich to actually do a live for the first time. I mean, I will shit a 24 karat, 5-pound gold bar if that man ever does a live himself.
He'll do it. He'll do it soon enough.
Yeah, you gonna do that live?
You want to see another 2 girls in a cup video?
Oh my God.
Don't forget us little people, you know, when you go big, homie. Just saying.
Oh man.
I found some newer cats today through Carbon Q. And man, I was digging it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ben, I'm gonna forget the names now, but Ben Shooting, and then
Okay, I've heard of that channel.
another cat, but it's some older black gentlemen that, you know, and yeah, I said black, I don't care, people. They got a different style. Shit.
Oh,
And I
okay.
love it.
Would they have a panel of people, or they just?
Yeah, they had a panel. One of them, what was the first one?
Regular guy.
Okay, the first one was regular guy, and then the second was Ben Shooting, right?
There was a BP and
Yeah. And well, Prepper 101 was on the first one, and they were talking comms and stuff like that. And he just had a chilled, laid back environment.
Oh, okay.
And then the second one was an older cat, and he was they were talking, you know, 2A stuff like that, but they were getting into the political conversations and stuff like that. But I'll find the links for you guys.
Oh, okay.
Miss Ghetto, you just
Rolling
like
with it.
kicking Ghetto's ass, period.
Yeah, she
Sorry,
does.
Ghetto.
She does. It's all right. That's it. She's a yin to my yang, man. I love it. Sometimes. Tom's like, yeah, I know that sometimes part.
I tell you what.
You don't have to tell me, sir. I can see it in your eyes. Like sometimes you just want to lock them up and motherfuckers.
All right, I've got this special wrench. It's a strap wrench. Does anybody know what a strap wrench is? Because I don't know how to explain it, and I don't have it to show it to you.
Is it anything like
Anyway.
a strap on?
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Sorry.
man. Straps
I know
on
what
the
you're
things.
It's there's a webbed strap. It's webbing, and this thing's
Oh, is it
actually
webbed?
impregnated with wax, so it's a little bit sticky. And if you've got a large pipe, you wrap this strap around the pipe, and you got
Yeah.
this big long handle. So I use it for this flue pipe, and I keep it in a special box because I only use it once or twice a year. And it's too big to put in a toolbox, so it stays in its box up on a shelf, and I know where it is if nobody moves it. So anyway, I went out and I got my wrench and I laid the box on my workbench, just a cardboard box. Now she goes out there every once in a while to do a little craft or crush some beer cans or what have you. And I come out there this evening and my box is gone to put my wrench away. And I look around, and what has this little darling done? She put my box in the trash.
Oh no.
It was just a cardboard box in my way.
Oh.
Sorry for the laughter, Tom. Sorry.
I said, I'm going to put your car keys up on top of the refrigerator.
Oh.
That's how I punish her because she's short.
She a dwarf, y'all. Just saying. No offense, Miss Laura.
Oh, snap.
She done went to
That's
bed or I
messed up.
wouldn't be telling this story, man. Come on.
Snap.
Yeah, come on.
That's
Ghetto,
right,
you know
Doc.
better
It's
than
in its
that.
box and hidden away for sure.
No, man, I know your pain. I know your pain. And you know they know too. It's like you have to know 20 years later that I kept this box because I kept something in that box and I kept it right here in this spot. You know what I mean? They know. That's their little jabs. That's how I see it. They
The
do that shit
trash
on purpose.
can is an arm's reach away. If it was trash, I'd have put it in the trash. I wouldn't have left
Right.
it laying on the workbench.
Yeah.
But, did you see that apron, Miss Ghetto? That is cool. She did a nice job on that. She made an apron out of neckties.
She did an uppercut. that was an uppercut punch.
I want to order one. I'm just telling you, Tom. I want to order one.
I don't know whether that's
What Miss
hold on,
Ghetto
let me
talking
go
about?
see if it's out in the kitchen.
I think I'm missing something here.
Hold on, Ghetto. I think he went to go grab it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the missus made an apron using old bow ties or ties.
Here it is.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I must have missed it. You must have showed it off earlier.
I'm not as pretty as she is. So.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's even got a pocket in it.
I need that in my life.
How about
Now,
that?
those your old ties, Tom?
No, you can take your cigarettes and put them in the pocket there. All right. How do I?
Yeah, that looks nice there, Tom.
Is that cool?
Yeah, that's all right.
And it ties around your back there. Right.
Listen there, Tom. You already got 3 orders. You got me, you got Ghetto, and Mrs. Ghetto.
Well, I'll tell her. We'll see.
Yeah, I didn't say I was paying money for it. I'm just trying to
Oh,
be
you just
friendly
want
here.
one.
No,
Okay.
see, Ghetto, your
No,
wife
I didn't say I
said
wanted money.
your wife said that you guys wanted one, so that includes you, whether you like it or not.
Tom's not here, right? Well, fuck Mrs. Ghetto, just saying.
Boy,
Okay,
you
no
know
more
what?
selling
I
stuff
understand.
because Tom looking up with those blue eyes in close up are scary.
No, I'm glad you said scary. I was getting worried there for a second, Doc. I'm like, oh, man.
Man,
they say
that
I got the devil in me, man. I don't know.
I was like, oh damn. I looked up at my computer and I'm like, oh. And he's staring back at me with those blue eyes. I was like, oh shit. I'm
There's
going to
those
the gun
dang
safe.
clocks. Do you even notice the clocks anymore, Tom? I've always wondered that about people. Like, I know I bring it up a lot. I'm sorry.
No, man, it's cool. I'm obsessed with these clocks. I'm constantly setting them for a minute or stopping them for a minute because I like them all 3 going off at the same time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So is it every 30 minutes or every hour?
No, I got one that chimes every 15 minutes.
Holy crap.
And then it'll chime on the quarter and the half and the 3/4 and then the hour. And then the other 2 just go on the hour and the half hour.
Oh man, you're high. Well, don't invite me to stay the night, man, because there's no
couldn't
way I'd
handle
be
that.
able to.
Really?
There's no
That-
way I'd be able to sleep there.
I gotta be like, I guess I'm like Tom. I would I would enjoy it too much. I
clocks,
love those
yeah.
old clocks and the chiming. It just makes me think of a better time, and where you built things to last and you actually put quality into shit.
Yeah, once or twice in a few months or something, but not every freaking. Oh man, that don't remind me. That remind me to go crazy.
Ray, I'll show you this one behind me here real quick. Can you see that back up in the corner?
Yeah.
That clock was made in 1902.
Oh wow.
As it goes off.
That
Perfect
was the cuckoo
timing.
clock.
Yeah.
And now why didn't that one chime?
my mom
they
had
already did.
inherited a floor standing grandfather clock, and this is right when they 1940s or 50s when Sears and Roebuck was really pushing shit, and it wasn't really meant to last that long. But my grandfather had seen it in the back of a waste truck, a dump, a garbage truck, and he grabbed it. He ordered the parts and got it all working back to normal. Pissing me off. My sister ended up throwing it out.
Oh no! Oh my!
After my mom passed, I'm like, I wanted that. I really wanted that. I don't care if it didn't work anymore because other parts had been, have been missing. I'm like, I just wanted that because it was something that I remembered my mom about.
Well, there you go. Now, my grandfather clock I inherited from my mom too. It's not an antique. Well, she got it as a retirement gift, and I think she retired in I don't know, sometime around 1975 or something. So that clock's not all that old.
That's when you say you got it from your mama and you say it's not an antique, man, I think you may have smoked a little too much tonight, because if it's from your mom, it's gotta be an antique. No disrespect to your mom. I'm just saying, man.
Listen to this dude.
Well, now Ghetto's speaking the truth, Tom. I mean, after all, you did go to kindergarten with Moses, for God's sake.
I did. He got better grades than I did too. But,
well, he had divine intervention.
I love you, brother.
No, but I wanted to finish telling you about this clock, Ray. When that clock was new, it sold for $2.65, and it was sold as a disposable kitchen clock. So it was made by an outfit called Waterbury, and they merged with a company and became the American Time Corporation.
I know
which
that
later
company
turned into Timex.
Time, there you go.
So that
That's
old
right,
clock
man.
has took a licking and kept on ticking.
Yeah.
Could you tell us what a disposable? I don't understand what a disposable kitchen clock is. Like, why would they call it a disposable kitchen clock?
That beats me, man. In 1902, you wouldn't think anything would have been considered disposable.
Yeah, that's kind of threw me off on the name.
Right.
A boy showed me a page out of a catalog with that clock in it, and that's what it was called, a disposable kitchen clock. And the price was $2.65.
It's funny how
it was probably something that was cheaply made for that time period. That kind of like today, if you go and get anything made in China, and
Sears and Roebuck would be considered Amazon of the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. And Montgomery Wards.
Yeah.
People forget Montgomery Wards, but
I remember Montgomery Wards. Yeah.
do you really?
Yeah. We never got nothing out of it. My dad did, but
Sears and Roebuck catalog. That book was so.
I remember going school clothes shopping with my mom every year at Monkey Ward's.
Yeah.
Sears and Roebuck catalog was like going on the internet.
Yeah.
Right. It was. Yeah.
The Sears and Roebucks is where you learn that you're a boy for the very first time.
This mo, he goes straight there, man.
Soft porn.
I'm not
man.
gonna lie.
It was. Ray, was it you? We were talking to Warriors the other day. So you could even buy houses from Sears.
Yeah, you could.
You can order right out the catalog. They'd come and build it.
Yep.
Actually, those houses go for some good money nowadays too.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
That's
And
why
I think
it was Amazon of that time, because it's like going to the book, it's like going on the internet. You can order anything out there. Oh my God. Wow.
Oh man, growing up as a kid, you were looking forward to the Christmas edition Sears catalog.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I mean,
about
that's where
that.
you made your Christmas list from.
Yeah.
Yep. And you wanted something different every day.
Yep.
Dang. Yeah, I didn't have that problem.
Oh, you didn't
We
get,
went to the
but you didn't get something different, but you would look through the catalog. And,
yeah.
Oh, we'd look through the catalog and would say, well, we're going to get this maybe in 7 or 8 months when it's at the Goodwill, but we'll get it.
Right. Right.
Oh, I remember the most fun time for me looking through the catalog is 'cause we were going to really be able to order out of it was right around February. It was time to start ordering fishing stuff. And, you know, we'd
Nice.
order a spool of line and a couple of new lures. And yeah, that was fun.
I knew they was going out of business too when Amazon says. I knew they was out like that. They're gonna go out of business.
We still got a couple though.
Oh, y'all still got a couple in California? I mean, in
But
you
why
know,
everybody say California, man? Do I just sound like I'm from California?
no,
Well,
Yes.
Disrespectful. So
it is disrespectful.
no, yeah, they do. They got I think it's like 2 I know of so far in my state. Yeah, they're just little service. They're not big old stores like you know what we remember as a Sears, but they're more of a service center.
Catalog stores.
Yeah, pretty much. Like you know,
Yeah.
you got a old Sears, whatever tool, vacuum, whatever you want it to get serviced or whatever. Yeah, they're still kicking.
Yeah, we got a couple
we
around
have
here.
we have a Sears store, but it's not called Sears here in Phoenix. It's whatever they changed their new name to. Something about furniture.
Really?
Yeah,
Hmm.
they changed their name, and you know they're trying to make some money.
Hey,
We have nothing here.
did you see that they passed that bill in California to house the 60% of the homeless people? They passed a bill, 3 something billion. I think, yeah, 3 billion.
Oh,
All right,
they
that's
actually
it.
passed?
Yeah,
I'm packing up. I'm moving to California so I can be homeless. They're going to
Nah,
probably
it's-
have
it's
better
still
apartments than I got now.
They're
It's
going to
still not
trash them
working,
within a
I'm telling
month. I'll be right back. You got
Yeah.
me started now.
yeah,
Well, we agree. I agree with you, Tom. I know that.
they just passed it. 3 billion. They allocated to house 60% of the homeless people. They said it's getting out of
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah, but that's you know why it's getting out of hand. I mean, besides all their bureaucracy and stuff like that, is if you are homeless, think about it. If you was homeless, where would you want to live? You know what I mean? If you ask me, I'm gonna want to live where I know it's not gonna rain. You know what I mean? I know it's gonna be an all right, like a 70s, you know, low 80s night when I'm trying to sleep. You know what I mean? Any person with common sense, if they're homeless, they're going to move to an environment that they're not going to have to worry about building a big old shelter to get away from the rain and the cold. You know what I mean? I think it's just common sense that we would go towards California or like the warmer places. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
on top of that, you have all the laws and everything that pretty much just bows down to them. I mean,
Right?
I think of that secondly only because that's why they have so many that are homeless. Not because the laws are lax, but it's more so because people want to be comfortable when they sleeping. That's it. That's how I see it, anyways.
And you could
They
tell
have
it was a setup though, because
100%, 100. I agree with that, Vaughn. I do. They're doing it to Portland. I
Right.
agree. I agree with you.
Go ahead.
Probably Baltimore too, huh? You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, most big cities, man.
Yep. That it big that up, and because I know it's people out there that wanted to. I know I seen it in Cali. It was people building what they were building, like small little
They're pods.
yeah,
They're all over Portland.
yeah. And then they I know I seen something on some news or something. They stopped them. When I seen that, I was like, this is a setup. When they stopped people from helping, I was like, this is a setup. They get ready to pass a bill, and somebody get ready to get paid.
Yeah, well, there you go, right there. I don't mean to cut you off, but there you go, right there. These big companies came in and built these pods because I know what you was talking about before, like the little tiny houses.
Right.
Us as a people, we're building systems that will actually work with us and for them. You know what I mean? Like with us and for the homeless.
Right.
But the government comes in and oh no, we got a contract. We got we contracted out these pods, and I keep saying these pods. Y'all got to look it up in Portland. They're little pods that they threw all over my old hood, man. My old stomping grounds. They're just and it's right in front of the businesses.
Right.
Sorry for my tangent, Bon. But man,
that's how you know I was set up.
It is. It's infuriating. It really is. We the people build better systems in this freaking government. Excuse my language. But
well, I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, it goes back to that story Silver Girl read a little while ago. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I as soon as I got off the Cannon show, I came over here, so I didn't.
Well,
hear or see
basically,
anything.
she said that there was a junkyard, I think, somewhere, and the government owned it, and they decided to hire a security guard to watch it. Well, by the time they were finished regulating him and what he does, they'd hired about 15 people so that they could pay him and tell him what to do and decide if he was doing it right and all that shit. And finally, they realized they were over budget, so they fired the security guard.
Shit.
Of course, all this bureaucracy is still in place. Song of the South, my brother. How you doing? I'm coming down home there in June, Song. Can't wait, man. But yeah,
Good
kickbacks.
They hired one employee to do a job, and at the end they had I don't know how many, and then they fired the employee because they were over budget. But all those other people were going to work.
So now what's the other people doing now? They ain't got nobody to.
You're still getting paid, ghetto.
Yeah. No, I know. I get it. I was more thinking out loud. Like, man.
So,
Yeah.
do you have that on a computer somewhere? That
I've got it in my email.
I wonder if I give you my email, if you would forward that to me.
Yes, I will.
She's like, yeah, I've been trying to get your email. Oh yeah. Hope you're proud of me, Tom. This is what I'm sitting here doing. Well, look what I'm sitting here doing right now.
Setting
making smokes.
Oh.
Yeah. I had to, and you know, Tom, I don't mean to change the subject, but you know, Tom, we actually feel it. I mean, we feel it in our lungs, man. We looking at the filter of the cigarette, and it's like, man, the amount of tar that is not on the cigarettes now is just it's crazy.
All right, then the next thing you want to look into is this. I knew he was going to pull this one out.
All right, let me see it because I was going to ask you about it. Because the tar, I mean, it's at least 50%. So far.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me
so
put
how
on
do you
you do this.
Okay.
Hang on. I can't hold it up.
No, I hear you. I'm just more laughing because when you do something all the time and it goes fine, but when you're on camera, it gets all messed up.
Yeah, I didn't practice. Okay, this is what it looks like on your cigarette.
Okay.
All right.
So does that make it harder to suck?
Not at all. And
okay.
You, my friend, I know will suck efficiently.
Son of a bitch. All right. I fell into that.
Anyway, babe, this is what it looks like after 5 cigarettes.
Yeah, if there's anything Ghetto knows how to do, it's to suck.
That didn't go well.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was trying to pay you a compliment, man. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
Yeah, you was.
Never heard.
Anyway, that's the tar it'll take out of like 5 cigarettes.
Oh, good grief!
So you're saying Ghetto has a hinge in his neck?
Can you boot everybody but me, please? Because they're being very rude to me, right?
What?
Man,
I'm sorry.
Ghetto
I
has a
say
hinge
boot.
in his neck.
All right, everybody. How many people you got in chat, Tom?
16.
All right, everybody. I'm opening up the ghetto. Please come over there where there's nobody disrespectful. We all like each other. We don't make jokes. Vaughn's just over there dying. He didn't turn red. That's messed up,
Ghetto
man.
suck a basketball through a McDonald's straw.
There you go.
Oh,
Man, it was a legitimate question. Tom knew what I meant. No, I just seen you have.
All right, Ghetto. One last thing so you know what to look for, my brother.
All right.
Yeah.
This
Look for the pubic hairs up your nose.
Yeah.
So
Let me run this up. All right, now get you a pencil. They're
All right.
called
Get you a pencil.
Arbus.
Actually, all right. I'll actually just screenshot it. But yeah, I hear you.
All
So,
right.
so how many do you use? Do you just use until the target's filled up, or
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
So rude.
there's a little plastic tip.
It's worse that he looks like old McDonald dogging my ass out. You know what I mean? And that's what makes it worse. I'm over here like, man, I can't get back on him, man.
Let me just.
All right,
real
I'm
quick.
gonna see if Miss Ghetto's watching.
You see that little
She-
plastic tip up inside there?
Yeah.
I usually smoke till that thing's covered with tar, and then
Okay.
I throw them away.
So that's a filter.
Okay.
That's a filter.
It would, yeah, a tar filter, and they say nicotine too.
Oh, okay.
I thought nicotine was something that couldn't be filtered out. I don't know, but yeah,
Hmm.
well, it's not as easily filtered out, but
yeah. I'm. What is nicotine a liquid or you know? I just thought it was a gas that was there.
no, it's a liquid. For the
Okay.
most part.
Or a substance.
Yeah.
Of
I'm gonna.
course.
I'll be right back, Tom. I'm gonna show my wife, and then we're gonna lift those up right now, so I don't forget. I'll be right back, though.
Yeah, they're cheap, man. They're like 1,200 of them for 30 or 35 bucks.
It looks like it'll be worth it. That's for sure.
Well, I've gone through 1,000 of them already, and when you multiply that little bit of tar by 1,000,
Yeah.
that
Oh,
ain't in
yeah.
my lungs. Yeah, I may be
That'll
around
work.
to piss people off for a little bit longer. You know.
All right.
Now you only get to use them one time or something. Just you can't use them over or.
Yeah, you can reuse them about 5 times till they fill with tar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would. Well, still filtering that much tar out, it might not be all that expensive to if you can only. But yeah, you can use them 5 times.
Oh, okay.
No, Tony, I wouldn't do that. I don't want. I want the pure stuff. Eddie, good to see you.
It's amazing how many people smoke still in our community.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
good with that.
Some of
I'm
us
good
don't
with
wanna
it.
quit,
I
though.
don't. I have no issue with it. It's amazing.
Well, but you obviously don't believe in it, right?
Oh, I don't give a shit one way or another.
I mean, for yourself.
Yeah, I don't. But
Right.
you know, loved ones do, and so with stuff that you're showing right now, I'm like, hell, I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna tell them about that.
Oh yeah, man. Just because you love them, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not hating Tom at
I
all.
mean, you'll tell
I'm
them
like,
about it.
I'm
Isn't
like,
it?
that's cool.
Uh-huh.
Anything, you know. that's
Now, where do you
healthier,
get those
I'm
at,
good
John?
with.
Say again, Ray?
Where do you get them at? I've never seen those before.
Amazon. I hate to say it, but
Well, that makes sense. I mean, if
No,
you can't
no,
find it
not
on eBay, it's going to
Amazon.
be on Amazon.
yeah. I had a bad experience with eBay and I quit using eBay. I haven't used eBay for years.
Yeah.
So,
But Tom, I grew up in I'm tobacco country. You
Mhm.
know, that's how farmers made their money when they lost money on their regular crops. They
Yeah.
grew tobacco. So yeah, you can love or hate smokers or chewers or whatever, but that's what kept our area running.
well, think
So
about Virginia and North Carolina. I mean, they pretty much formed and sustained with tobacco.
Oh,
that's
here's the
that's
thing.
what's kept some of our farmers afloat many of years, and so that's why when the war went out on smokers and chewers and everything else, it's like, oh wait a second, hey, that's what's kept us afloat in the Midwest.
The
When
next time,
when corn prices and wheat prices went down, or
the
when
next
we
time you
had
go to
bad
the city
weather.
park, thank a smoker. Doesn't matter what city park, thank a smoker. Because they're the ones that paid for it.
Oh, with their taxes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember running through cornfields and then all of a sudden going into tobacco fields. And then as I got older, that's where the money was. As a teenager, it was picking tobacco. And I mean, shit, we used to bale hay and then do tobacco, but the tobacco paid a lot better.
Wow. I didn't realize Kansas was a big tobacco producing state, really.
Kansas and Missouri.
I didn't know that about Missouri either.
Yeah, farmers grew tobacco to supplement whatever they're growing in case there's bad weather.
Mm-hmm.
You're allowed so much tobacco, and so you grew tobacco too, or another substance that was illegal in the middle of the cornfields.
Okay.
The green corn.
Yeah. So yeah, as we were growing up, if you work for a few farmers that you build hay for and you pick tobacco for or corn, and you accidentally seen in the middle of their cornfield a green patch, you might raid that at night.
At great risk sometimes.
Oh, you want to talk about rock salt? They didn't shoot much rock salt, but some of them did. Some of them shot the real thing.
Guardian, good morning. Great to see you.
Yeah, but a lot of people make fun of the rock salt joke. If you've ever been hit with rock salt, I've actually got it in an arm. And oh my God, that was something special.
Well, the impact would hurt, but if it broke your skin, it's salt. It's
it goes into your skin.
Does it?
And oh yeah.
And that's that's literally rubbing salt into the wound.
Oh yeah. I got 3 of them in my right elbow one night, and never want to do that again. Check that off my bucket list.
No, I never got that.
But that's
Yeah.
not part of my bucket list.
Because we all reload here and we reload with other stuff. And now I have some rock salt stuff. Because I'm like, damn, that really was not good. And that was a very good deterrent.
Yeah, I guess
And
so.
so, yeah, I never tried that farm again. And I work for him.
Oh, well.
I just baled hay for him. And I made, damn, Tom, I made like $4 an hour or some shit like that.
Wow.
And you had to keep up. If the truck stopped, everybody was on your ass. So you had to keep throwing. I don't know if anybody's ever baled hay on this panel, but
I have done that, having to load bales of hay on a wagon. Yeah.
yeah,
Sure have.
If the wagon stops, there's a problem. So you just keep throwing bales until you reach the barn, pretty much.
That was a brutal summer. I had other things to do the next summer. I wasn't going to do that.
I kind of just
And
jumped in on the convo. We're talking about baling hay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a story.
Now I want to tell everybody that or the ladies, they have fantasies of doing it on top of the hay bales and stuff.
That's not comfortable.
I've done it. It fucking is horrible. You don't want to do it ever. Tommy, I mean, you know, hey, no.
Well, no, I don't know. I just figured it would be.
No, it is. Trust me. The Hollywood shit.
I definitely don't.
No, that's Hollywood shit. Do not do
Von
it
Erich's getting a
in hay.
rash thinking about it.
Yeah, sure is.
Y'all want to hear a city boy experience? Milkmaid was laughing to me about this a while ago, but so I went out to my grandmother's. She lived out on in the country as a teenager, and so I was going out there for the summer. Well, I got me a job as soon as I got out there because shit, there ain't nothing else to do out in the country. I'm gonna go make me some money. Well, these good old boys right down the road, they're just bucking a bunch of hay, and I go to work with them. First day, man, it's hot. It's hot. So I take off my shirt and I start and I start to bale the hay with no shirt on, and the dudes are over here like, you're not gonna. And then the other guy told him to shut up, like, don't tell him nothing. Let him figure it out. And I'm over here looking at him like, what y'all trying to already, razz me or something? Like, you guys trying to mess with me or something? And they're like, oh, no, nothing, man. You're good. I'm like, is it okay that I ain't got no shirt on? Because, man, it's hot out here. They're like, yeah, you do whatever you want. Man, when I got home that night, man, it really wasn't like I was really feeling it while I was doing it just because I was sweating. It was hot. I was, working my ass off. At night, man, I had little itty bitty tiny pricks all over my chest and my stomach and my arms and
like needles.
Man, yeah, like little itty bitty needles. And I'm like, okay, that's why all these cowboys be wearing long sleeve shirts and shit.
And gloves.
Yep.
Yeah, and gloves. You couldn't tell the city boy that. They was having a fun with that one.
No, I had a farmer's daughter that we snuck it back out and
Doc, man,
to the back of the barn and lay down in the hay, and guess what? That's just not cool at all. There's a reason why we wear long sleeves when we buck hay.
Yeah,
because when you buck hay on a trailer all day, you cover your whole body. and you just sweat through all your clothes. And yeah, that's what cools you, actually.
Yeah.
And so you just keep throwing hay. But when you come back at night and the farmer's daughter wants to roll in the hay with you, don't roll in the hay.
Good
because it is a horrible thing.
Appreciate that tip, Tom. We're gonna order some. Where do you, if you don't mind me asking, where did you get those? You just get them from Amazon or?
Yeah, just Amazon. If you type in
Okay.
Tarbust
The name of. Okay.
cigarette filters, it should pop right up.
All right. Yeah, my wife's jaw dropped because I put you on the big screen in the kitchen, on the kitchen TV, you know, and she's like, "Oh, that's from one cigarette," and I was like, "No, I think he said about 5, but
About 5.
you know, we have a carton. Think about that, you know what I mean, or whatever." And it's like that's saving it from our lungs because we've been noticing it feels better. We're coughing a little bit more, only because I think we're detoxing from the other chemicals that they've been putting in the regular the cigarettes that I'm used to or that we're used to.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of detoxing from that chemicals. But at the end of the day, Tom, I actually got more energy now. I mean, and obviously it's not as good as quit smoking, period.
Right.
But switching to these cigarettes, I feel like we got a little bit more energy. It's noticeable anyways.
So I've been doing it so long. I don't even remember if I felt different or not. I went from Marlboro Reds to.
Oh yeah, there's a difference. Ooh.
Yeah.
There's a difference from Camels from Marlboro Reds. Marlboro Reds, man, those were harsh. That's what I always smoked was Marlboro Reds, and then we switched to Camels due to it was a lot cheaper with Camels. And man, I remember switching over there, and it was a big difference harsh wise.
I don't know, but I sent Ron Carter a handful of these tips, and I don't know what he used the same tobacco that I'm buying now, but he used a different filter, and I don't remember what it was, but he would smoke a dozen cigarettes through one of these things, and you couldn't see any tar in it at all. So I don't know what the difference was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, at least that's what he was telling me. He would hold it up.
I was going to ask you, did he show you or was he just saying, I used them? Oh, okay.
I mean, he didn't have any reason to lie to me,
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to call him a liar. I'm just saying, it's one of those polite things. Somebody sends you something that tells you to use them. And you're like, oh, I used them. I used them.
Yeah, right.
Over there like, hell no, man, I like that tar. Shoot.
I gave several of them away. Some people liked them. Some people didn't care for them. There's one guy, his hands shook, and he said, I just can't get it on the cigarette. But yet he made his own cigarettes too. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, is there
it makes me look pretty to use a cigarette holder, really.
That was going to be my next question, man. Is it like
glamorous?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, back in the day when they had the big old long tip, I'm wondering that, man, those must have collected a good amount of nicotine. You think that was one of the reasons why they did those, or just to not get the smell on their hands?
I think it was just not get the smell on their hands, especially the ladies, and maybe stains on their teeth and stuff. But
okay.
Those old style cigarette holders, it was just a straight shot through. These things actually have this insert that catches the tar. You'll see how they work when you get yours.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, let me give me a big screen real quick, Tom. I wanted to show you what I was talking about with my.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I don't know where my rackets are, but I ain't playing it right now, anyways. So here's my net. I'm not sure how the colors picking
Yeah,
it
that's
up.
cool.
And then we have these, and that's just a solar light. And I have 8 different colors of these. Where's the camera at? Okay, here.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just a little switch on the inside, and it's built into the ball of it. And then the little so that little right here,
Uh-huh.
if you pull that off, there's a itty bitty screw in there that you unscrew it, and that pops out, and you can change the battery.
Wow.
Right? And man, I'm telling you, we're out here hours at night. Now, if it's too hot, we'll be in the pool at night. But
Sure.
yeah, we're usually out here knocking it around, and it's easy to see. I mean,
That's cool.
yeah.
Where'd you get those from?
these are. I'll pop a link in there, but all you got to do is just type in "light up birdies." And then with the Badminton itself, those are just solar powered string lights. So you can get those anywhere. And all I did was I just kind of, strung them through the net. You know what I mean?
No, my kids would love that.
Oh, man,
I
I'm
mean,
telling you, they do.
Even adult
And
kids. I mean, it would be
yes,
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
it is. Trust me, it is. Especially when it's super hot out, middle of the night. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's the time to play. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it takes a little getting used to with the racket because you can't see the racket, but you know pretty much where it is.
Oh, I got it pointed to my garbage ass garage. I've been neglecting my garage. Yes, people. I have a shop that I work in. Fuck my garage right now. Excuse my language. Sorry, Tom.
Something's gonna suffer, man. Something's gonna suffer. And you've been doing a lot of canning here lately.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you're gardening.
30-something. We got about 30-something jars, I think, by now. Yeah. Yeah, and we got the garden ready, got the seedlings going. The wife's got the seeds going. They're already sprouting up pretty good. Lettuce, onions. What's the other ones, baby? And peas. And then tomorrow, I think we're getting the rest of our plants. I'm not 100% sure yet. But, yeah, and then we're going to get them in the ground, man.
All right.
Got a couple different experiments that people have been talking to me about, like do stuff with Nikki. She told me to take a match and put just one match right in the hole before you plant the the sulfur from the match. Yeah, I guess it's a perfect balance for whatever vegetable you're putting them in there. She's like, oh yeah, they're gonna come out nice and big, and then somebody was talking about it, Backwoods and them, I think, was talking about it, putting the egg inside there when you plant it. I'm like, well, I'll try the sulfur one. I don't know about the egg because, man, them raccoons will come over here and just dig that shit up. They love eggs.
Well, you're supposed to break the egg into the hole, I guess, right?
No,
well, he said just break it a little bit. I don't.
No,
what is it, Doc?
I've done it, and I'm going to do it this year. You take a full egg, you put it into the hole, and you just tap the top of it, and make a little hole in the top of it. So it's not like cracked open or anything. It's just it's open at the very top, and you put your
Just like a
seedling
little
in there.
pinhole.
You put the seed in the eggshell.
It's you crack open the egg, and so I think the plant eats it. Now, I've had good luck with it.
Oh, okay.
Well, anything that'll
So
rot will feed a plant. It makes sense.
Yeah, but you said you put it in the egg?
No, I in the hole. I put the egg. I crack open. I put the whole egg in the actual bottom in case I crack it totally open. I don't know what I do.
Yeah.
I just tap it So if it busts open, it busts open, whatever.
Right.
But otherwise, I just tried to put a little hole in the top,
Okay.
and then I put a little soil over it, put the seedling right over it. About
Oh, okay.
about a half an inch, and then put the seed on it, and I covered it up and just wait for it to grow.
All right. Then the roots will go down through the hole in the egg, and
Yeah,
Brian, I get them 1,200 at a time, and they're a lot cheaper. That's what, $54 for 1,200, and I get 1,200 for, I think it was 30 or 35, but it wasn't anywhere near 50.
Tom, Eric,
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
Silver Girl, Doc, Ghetto, and chat. It's been a blast, but I'm gonna try to get some sleep. So I will see you guys later.
Hey, buddy, I hope you get some better rest. You know?
Me too.
All right, brother.
All
All right, man.
Have
Get
a
some
good
good
one, man.
sleep.
We'll see you.
Hey, Doc, when I was, let's put it this way, about 6 decades ago, what we put on our garden, particularly our tomatoes, when we planted them, after we planted them, and periodically while they were growing, was old blood from the blood bank. That was you got it? It's before AIDS and all that other stuff, and they don't put the blood in the bottles or now in plastic unless it's good blood to be used. So you pretty much know that the germs and the bad stuff's are not there. The HIV is not there, so forth and so on. And back then, of course, we didn't know any of this anyway. I'm serious. It was probably 6 decades ago. And there was no one who grew tomatoes and corn the way we did it. It just went nuts. It was, even if I was like 8 or 10, and it was just unbelievable. Everybody in the neighborhood had their own little garden, but our corn was significantly taller and had more cobs on it than anybody else's in the neighborhood. Our tomatoes, and this is, I have to say it this way, were the biggest and the reddest tomatoes in the neighborhood. But my father would bring home these very large, probably 3 feet tall, maybe 2 feet wide, plastic, heavy plastic, full of the blood they had poured out of the bottles that day that were expired. And that's what we would use on the garden.
See, now I've never heard of the tomatoes, but from the chicken kills, they used to pour them in the corn patches, and we used to call it blood corn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like sweet corn, but we called it blood corn. And they grew like crazy along the slaughterhouse with
Right.
the chickens. They'd pour the blood along the corn patches. But never heard about the tomatoes, but I don't see why not, because our corn was insane. Well, hell, we ate it the whole time I was growing up. It's called blood corn.
Yeah, and it was just because of his position at the VA that he had access to all of that back then. But
a lot of this, while it's effective, not necessarily practical. I mean, the idea of putting an egg with every seed on a large scale, that's too expensive to do.
No, I do it on my cucumbers and my zucchinis and my squash and stuff like that. I put an egg in the hole.
So what's the benefits of it? Does it get bigger? Is it? just more healthier, or what's the benefits of it, Doc?
I don't know. That's what my grandma always did.
Yeah, the
Oh.
minerals in the egg feed the plant. It's just that simple.
Yeah. I get that. I'm just saying from
If I
not putting
learned
it in there to putting it in there.
Eggs
I
have a
learned
calcium.
I learned that if I don't listen to what my grandma did in her gardens, that my plants don't grow like they should. Now, if I listen to what the old she learned from homesteaders, and my great grandparents were homesteaders in Kansas, and so she learned from them, and so when I don't listen to them, I don't get the yield that other people do. But when I do the stuff, the old fashioned stuff that they've done, I get a much better yield in my garden.
Yeah.
So
And let that be a lesson to you.
I
Listen
start.
Yeah.
I do it.
Right.
Listen to your elders. I
There
mean,
you go.
That's what it's about, man. That's what I'm about.
Well, I don't know about Tom, but I agree.
What's that?
I said, Doc is saying to listen to your elders. And I said, I don't know about you, but I agree.
Oh, I agree completely.
That's because y'all are elders. I'm just saying. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Please don't kick me out.
That was my point. I decided to say it before.
I know.
I think you have to be like 80 to qualify as an elder, don't you?
Once he
Tom
turns
was
80, he's gonna say, "Well, 90 is the elder, right?"
Tom was funny. With my garden, for all these years, I've tried these newfangled things and all these fancy things that are coming out on the market, and they work for me okay. But the best things have always been what my grandma taught me.
Yep,
You know,
absolutely.
it's like, hang stuff upside down, get all this fancy chemical stuff put in your yard. Nope. I'm growing organic, and I'm going to listen to my grandma, and it seems to work the best.
Yep.
Just keep it simple.
Man,
Stop making gardening so hard with all this fancy stuff. Keep it simple and just do it. Let the sun and the water do its job.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be complicated. It really doesn't.
No, after a lot of money, I've finally just given up and said I'm going to do exactly what my grandma did.
Yep.
right. That's how the ladies are teaching me and Miss Ghetto. I mean, Miss Ghetto already kind of knows what she's doing and has her own little deal, but I've been learning a lot from Milkmaid and do stuff with Nikki. I've been listening, man, paying attention. It's not that hard or difficult. Don't over complicate it. It's simple. Mother Nature knows what to do. We're just there helping a little bit,
Yeah.
Well, last year I had the best yield ever, and it was the first year I didn't stress over everything and do all sorts of crazy shit with. I just literally did what my grandma told me to do, and just planted, did how she planted, and grew it. And we froze stuff. We didn't have to buy stuff in the stores over the winter. We froze it all. This year we're going to can it. And my wife's all about canning now, so we're going to do some crazy stuff this year. So, as long as the weather, it all has to do with Mother Nature, but it's going to be great.
Do you have a water source near you that you can pump if you need to?
Actually, I do. Even though that I'm in the outskirts of the city, I have a creek about
There you go.
a couple blocks away. I can bring water in.
You can haul water. All right.
Yeah, I can haul water.
See, that was one thing we had here was a stream right behind the house. So a little gasoline motor and a water pump, and you could irrigate your garden.
I
Well,
take it it's not there no more, Tom?
Say again?
I take it it's not there no more?
No, it isn't. It was moved. I mean, I've still got the river running on my property, but that stream was literally right behind the house. But it got redirected after a flood here in 1985.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it had something to do with that.
Yeah, but a couple hundred feet of pipe, and I could go to the river. You know.
No, I have
Hey,
the
that'll
screens
work.
over my gutters, and I have a containment system. So I water my garden with
Rainwater.
roof catchment.
Oh, that's a great idea, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on myself. I gotta do it in a way where I can't go to jail, though, y'all.
Some cities won't let you do that.
That's our state, man. We go
Really?
to prison for that stuff, man. It's freaking absolutely bonkers. Yeah, this man up on the mountain, Tom, and I don't know. I think he ended up spending like 30 or 40 weeks in prison, but the fact that he went period, and it might have been longer, I'm not sure. But anyways, he was up on the mountain, Mount Hood, and he had his own cabin, his own place, his own property. Living the dream that we all, want to live. And he used his plumbing. His plumbing was from the rain. I mean, he had it hooked up to his toilet, to everything. And he was getting it from the rain. That's how much rain, it rains here. It does. It rains here a lot. Well, it used to anyways. But Nestle, I'm pretty sure it was Nestle. They ended up buying some water rights just right above him, or it was either right above him or right below him. But either way, it doesn't matter. They own part of the water spring, so they can pump out their little Nestle bottles of water. And these sons of bitches, they're the ones that ended up getting the law passed because the rain that was coming down and that he was catching, mind you, it was one person that lived by himself in a freaking cabin. He ain't using that much water. They used him, and basically they said that the rain that was going into his cabin but they did it on an environmental level. So, you know how they do it. You know how the big companies do it. Blame the environment, but you're the one really cashing in,
Right.
They were blaming that the creek that was right next to this man's house wasn't getting enough water from the rain, and it was causing whatever to it, and that's what set the that's what pretty much set up the laws and everything. I'm not articulating it right, but you guys get the drift. It was absolute freaking BS, man. And he's like, F you. I mean, he said exactly what we were saying. Like, man, F you. What the hell? It's not like,
Man, let's get to the point you can't buy no land, no nothing without corporations trying to
restrict you.
Yeah. I heard I was reading some articles in a lot of these neighborhoods. These corporations, people like Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, JP Morgan, a lot of these little small communities, they start to take like low income, right? Taking them out there into these communities and renting houses out. And what they do, they bring a lot of people that crime out there. So you get a lot of activities in there, and the cops started coming to these certain houses to rent them out. So what they're doing is forcing people to sell them homes, or they have some laws passed So they couldn't do this, they couldn't do that. So a lot of these communities start selling their homes, and what they was doing was selling them to people. Like they opened up another company, a dummy company, and buy those people like those hedge funds companies like Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, and buying all these and then bringing up price value up even higher.
Yep.
It's really getting, and now some communities are stay past some laws. Association, what they call them, community association,
Homeowners association.
yeah, homeowners association started passing laws that if you rent a house, you got to wait until a couple of years or something to rent it out. You just can't rent it out right away. You got to go through some process. So they did that to start stopping a lot of these corporations buying.
They've been doing that here for a few years, guys. This is one of what you were saying, Vaughn, is the main reason for a lot of our homelessness and stuff like that from California all the way up. I'm not saying it's like the biggest reason for the homelessness. We all know drugs and all that other stuff is, but like in California and even up here is there's people, and there's documentaries on YouTube about it, but there's people that live in their cars in parking lots and stuff because they can't afford to rent. And what they'll do, this just happened to my homeboy not even a few months ago, but basically the owner of the house that he was renting, or the duplex that he was renting, was moving the rent up, but he was only moving it up like $50 or $20 or something like that. And my homeboy was mad, and anyways, while he was up in the rent, he was trying to figure out a way to kick him out, but he was on a lease, so he couldn't do that. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because what they're doing is they'll kick people out that aren't on the leases and do a small remodel. This is how they're getting away with the laws on it, because it's illegal to kick somebody out, raise the rent, and bring somebody else in. That's what they were doing in the first place. And we're not talking about raising the rent like $50, man. We're talking like $300, $400, $500.
Wow.
Yeah. And so what they did was they ended up getting him out, and they did some small renovation to the bathroom or something like that, and ended up pumping $350 on the rent or something like that. Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting, because we did pass a law saying they can't do that. And come to find out, they found the loopholes, but we passed the law. Yeah, and they weren't allowed to bump up the rent more than like $50 a year or something like that.
Oh yeah.
But again, they found out ways to do it. We renovated, we upped the price tag, the appraisal rate or whatever of our property, so we can charge what we want now. And man, they're always getting away with that stuff, man.
And they doing the same thing. They coming up with tricks to get a lot of farmers too, getting their land also, because a lot of farmers got to sell their land because they don't have no one to buy their
water over here, anyways.
Yeah, so
comes down to the water.
Yeah, and they force it to sell.
Yep.
There's a lot of the things, and then you got
Song of the South said it, and it's here too. Eminent domain.
Yeah. There you go. Yep.
Good morning, Nikki and Scat Pack. Appreciate y'all coming.
Hey, is my machine loud, Tom?
Your machine?
No, we can't hear it. I can't hear it.
All right, cool. Sorry to interrupt.
I didn't know.
No, keep doing yourself. We're good.
Mine's loud.
Yeah, I can't. They're coming up with so much stuff, taking people's land and stuff like that. It's getting nuts.
I can see eminent domain for a railroad, a park in the city, maybe. I don't know. But when you get for-profit companies using eminent domain to take land, that ain't right.
Ghetto's talking again over you. Oh wait, never mind. That is a cuckoo clock. Never mind.
I'm over here trying to get eminent domain on them clocks. Man, I'm gonna come steal those clocks one of these.
I absolutely love the sound of that clock. That oh, that's beautiful. I just love that.
No, I don't mind it on the panel.
As far as eminent domain is concerned, eminent domain ought to go to us, not them.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Excuse me just a moment. Y'all carry on.
Now I heard that. Now I'm trying to figure out when they tell farmers they pay them not to grow certain things. I want to know what's the full meaning behind that, not to grow food on your property.
Well, Von Erich, I can answer that because I'm the only country boy around here. Ever since the beginning of time, if there's too much soybeans or too much wheat or too much corn or something, that was what it was intended for. The government would be like, hey, stop growing that. There's too much. You're going to drive the price down too much, and it's, nobody will make any money.
Cold ass shit, man.
Because the other farmers would go broke because, they grew all this corn and, they actually got paid less than what it cost them to grow it. So you have to balance that. But now it's turned into some shady stuff.
Yeah, they're doing it on a large scale now. They've been doing it since the beginning of the CV stuff.
Now they're shorting everybody.
Yeah, on purpose. 100% on purpose.
And the farmers, because I live around a bunch of farmers, and I have family that is in farming that has to deal with this stuff, and it's shady.
It's a lot of farmers. It's causing them to default on their land, and they losing their land and stuff because of it.
Some farmers do, and it's become more corporate farms.
Yeah,
but family farms are, man, it's tight. I have a cousin that has several thousand acres, and he farms, and the government tells him what he can farm and stuff.
Oh wow, goodness.
Through the co-ops you talking about, Doc?
No, the co-op is like more of a union, and that's the only thing protecting a lot of the farmers.
Yeah, that's what used to be protecting them, was the co-ops. But since when they started doing it in early 2020, it was the co-ops that was buying them out, or they said, look, they said, take this money right here, stop growing, or we're not going to sell your stuff anymore, and you're not going to make anything. So they pretty much had no choice.
Not around here. I mean, the co-ops are groups of farmers.
Yeah,
it's not a person or a group.
It wasn't the corporate ones. Okay.
No, a co-op around here is all the farmers together. And
yeah, that's what I always thought it was. But when they started doing that in early 2020, I'm like, man, maybe I must have got it wrong. And then, I was reading into it.
But there's a lot of farmers that are selling out because they're like, okay, government money is running out. They're not paying us anymore. And some Chinese have moved into some areas.
Oh wow.
So like my cousin's like, damn, my farm's surrounded by other farms, but they're fucking Chinese all now. Oh, sorry, Tom. Sorry, I apologize.
You gotta say it as he's coming back.
Right.
Dang, Doc. Snitch on yourself.
This whole thing is to
Damn.
manipulate
But I
price.
didn't mean I've been so good all this time.
You've been
And
gold,
I
man.
apologize.
You've been gold. Hey, we all gonna slip up once in a while. Don't
But
worry about
when
it.
I talk about Chinese buying the farms around my
It's
family,
appropriate.
I get a little upset.
I hear you.
Tom's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's appropriate. I'll help you.
Doc,
You know,
used to pay the farmers to not grow things and to not have so many cows, but didn't they stop that?
it depends on what crop you're growing.
Exactly.
Uh,
You know, anytime you have a lot of something, you can't sell it for as much.
Yeah, that's what he was saying when you walked off, Tom.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if
if
there's
you
too many beans, we're going to pay Vaughn not to grow beans this year.
because Silver Girl and Ghetto and Doc Mack are going to lose money for the beans they sell if there's just too many beans on the market. Their farms will
That
immediately
is
go
so
bankrupt.
disgusting, guys. There's
stupid,
way
isn't
too
it?
many hungry people in this world for us to not grow things.
Thank you.
Absolutely, man.
That's so freaking
Absolutely.
disgusting, man.
Thank you.
That's why that
But
video you showed pissed me off so bad.
You're not going to pay the farmers, and nobody's going to pay the farmers. You can't blame the farmers because
No.
they can't feed their families, and they're going to go bankrupt if they
Yeah,
don't
no, I don't
stop.
blame the farmers. We were going through a lot of that stuff up here, through the Kalama and it was basically the water wars that we were going through this last year and the year before that. Even they
But
were
why-
even hitting they were even hitting the Native Americans. Yeah, they were shutting down the I forgot what it was called. I think it was the Kalama. But anyways, they were shutting down the Native American. Even the Native Americans didn't have access to the water, and
Right.
it was a couple thousand farmers, I think it was. I mean, they lost out on everything. They couldn't get the water.
The
They
Ghetto,
have no choice but to
the
sell
thing
it.
about it is they do this to the farmers. You know, about we'll pay you to not grow crops because they'll drive the price down.
Hmm.
Now, why don't they do this to the rest of the world on everything else, oil and everything else? So that's
Yeah. No, I'm with you,
that's
brother.
what
I'm with
kills
you.
me. Is
Yeah.
they
They tried to
they-
do that to our farmers, and then they shut the water off because the other stuff didn't work. Sorry to cut you off.
They hammer our farmers, and they just give to everybody else.
Well,
Sorry, I'm from farm country, so I'm.
oh,
also-
I understand. I'm here too.
Yeah. Good morning, Keno.
yeah, I'm from hood country. But it interests me what the things that are going on and how the corporate greed and how they control everything, stuff like that. And how they put all these farmers out of business, just like Walmart put mom and pop stores out of business. And it's like it's shameful how this stuff has happened.
So who is that? I'm sorry, who is that?
I think that was
Sorry.
I think that was Silver Girl. But yeah, I think it's hurtful to hear and see all of that. How they just basically destroying the foundation of America. Basically,
They are. And you know what I wrestle with? I'm sorry if you weren't done, Von Erich, but what I wrestle with is, are they trying to starve us? Because that would be our automatic reaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or are they trying to take away that food so they can put in place their food, which would be full on chemical, preserved bugs, plants, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see them starving us as much as I see them trying to switch our food
Yes.
to where you have to buy their food. You have to buy their 3D printed fucking plant chicken McNuggets. You know what I mean? that's kind of how I'm seeing the system more and more. Everybody's worried about them starving us, and we got to get food. I was like, man, I don't think they're gonna starve us. They can't control us. If we're starved, maybe they're switching our food.
The
I
more
don't
that,
know.
Gates came out with all of this meat that isn't.
Yeah,
Everybody else, it's in the stores in some places. So I understand because an in-law got a hold of some by accident, and I heard about it. But that is, I think, exactly what they're doing because there's no win for them with food prices going up. And there's only win for them when the food that we are buying is no longer, so we're buying their substitution.
exactly. Yes, ma'am. It I don't know.
It has nothing to do with the love for animals and that they shouldn't be mistreated, but it has nothing to do with that. It has only to do with one thing, and that is that the fake stuff that they make up belongs to them. They will get richer while we eat their crap.
They could probably control how long it lasts. A loaf of bread used to last for a while. That bad boy, you better eat that within a week.
Oh, yeah,
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Now,
I personally don't think a foreign country should be allowed to own land in our country.
agreed.
And I tell you what, if I was in charge, I'd tell China, hey, folks, we'll pay you back for it if you want, but that land is not yours anymore. Get over it.
Right. What do you think about the embassies part? Like, I don't even. Oh, sorry, sober girl. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just absolutely agreeing. It drives me nuts that they come over here and buy the land, and it also drives me nuts that idiot head up here buys the land and is taking away the farmland and the farmer and the livelihoods of those people forever.
Yeah.
And the only reason they're doing it is because, we're going to get rid of X number of people that are remaining on this planet anyway. You won't need it. You'll be one of the ones who are gone.
Yeah, but I mean, if they were so. My question to that one is, Silver, and I'm not saying you're lying because I do believe something similar like that's going to happen, like the Guidestones. They're trying to depopulate or whatnot. Sorry for using the word, Tom. But why would they need to buy all this land? Well, that's a code word. I don't know if you knew that, Tom, but populate
Oh, I didn't
is actually
realize that.
Yeah. That's because they doing it, man. The algorithm's like, nope, you can't use that. Don't teach people about that. We're doing that. But so if that's what they actually are doing, what would be the benefits of them actually buying the land if there's going to be only a small fraction of people left on the planet? You know what I mean? They wouldn't need to buy the land. They'd just take it.
They got to kill the people somehow, so they buy the land and don't farm. We have
if you centralize people,
yeah, that makes sense.
And you start getting them out of the country into the city and put everybody in a group, it's easier to contain.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true too. Okay.
But Tom, everybody in this group should already have a freedom garden.
Yes.
A lot of
Eric.
A lot of people don't know what a freedom garden is because they weren't taught history in our school system.
Or the right.
But I'm from the Midwest, and we were taught about freedom gardens, and my grandmother even talked about her freedom garden when she taught me how to garden. This is our freedom garden. This is what we feed ourselves with.
That reminds me, I'm going to show you something here in a second, Tom.
All right.
I think
So,
your grandmother, Doc,
a lot of people aren't talking about freedom gardens. Our community needs to be totally about freedom gardens right now.
I am, Doc. Just so you know, the dude from the ghetto's trying to preach it. I even got the posters and everything. I'm gonna show you them in here in a second. I'm trying to, man.
Tom, I'm not trying to pimp my channel or something, but I did flip over on. I did like 5 videos today, so don't ignore that. But
I actually saw the one about overloading your truck with dirt. That was a good video. It was good advice.
I can see that.
I did like 5. I just overloaded it today with 5 videos. But on my Traeger video, I swung around and showed the finished product on my garden, or on my new garden. On the south side of my house, and the thing about it is, a freedom garden, according to my grandma, is how we save America. Now,
We save ourselves, yeah.
my grandma has long gone and passed. Is a wise woman, and she, she had nothing going on during her lifetime after she was a child, but she lived through the Depression. She lived through many hard times, but she always grew a garden every year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Until her death, in the late 10 years ago. She always grew a freedom garden, and she made sure to tell me, "Oh, just go out to the freedom garden." She called it a freedom
He
garden.
called it that still.
Yeah,
Right on.
it was a freedom garden. Everybody needs to have a freedom garden, even if you live in an apartment and you can have 1 or 2 plants, or 3 or 4 plants in your backyard, your front yard, on your stoop, on your balcony, whatever you can do.
Sure.
Something.
I know you listening, Von Eric. Just saying.
Song of the South. Good night, sir.
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right. Get that garden,
Fine.
brother.
It's a freedom garden.
I'm just messing with him because he ain't. I don't think he's got one. Yeah, I'm just messing with him.
Von
Can you put me
Eric-
on big screen real quick, Tom?
Yeah, sure.
So I didn't mean to cut the conversation off, but
All right.
these are actually 100% legit posters that our government used to hand out clear across the country. It was
Victory
in
garden.
all towns, not these two, but so I was researching all these when I was trying to make a thumbnail. You can't see that one very well, but make this summer garden provide next winter's vegetables. That's all they kept pumping. They just kept pumping it. The war gardens for victory. I mean, they just kept pumping them for a reason, though.
Oh,
was
yeah.
I mean, that was our effort. I mean, we needed to make sure we took care of ourselves because it lessened the pain on the actual supply chains if we were growing our own little bit of something,
Well, what it did, they were able to divert more resources to the war effort if the populace was feeding themselves.
Yes, yeah, that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Where was this? What was this?
World War II.
This is and World War I too, Tom.
Yeah, probably so.
So this was 1 and 2, and that's all I did was I looked up. Look at this one, guys. Save the wheat and help the fleet. Eat less bread. Yeah, exactly what Tom was saying. And then I started getting into these as well. These are ration.
Right.
Yeah. And I was gonna make a little video about it. But yeah, gasoline ration cards.
Now wait a minute. Run back to that. I didn't. Let me look at that here. Whole 1 unit of. I wonder what a unit of gas was. A gallon.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, maybe a gallon, huh?
All right.
I don't know. I don't know about gas cards, but
Where's
My
the?
grandma used to talk about ration cards.
Yeah, look at that
And
clothing.
and
they ration
But-
everything, man. They ration sugar.
yeah,
Yeah, yep. That's the tea and butter.
Yeah.
Look at that one.
Coffee.
Oh, I didn't have the sugar one, but yeah, I got a sugar one in there too.
Which you
And
could
that one
Yep.
was for butter.
you could get a
mhm.
amount of sugar or a certain amount of butter, right?
Yep. You can only get a certain amount. I have a booklet of it too. I don't know where it's at, but I
You can
saved
only
the
buy so
booklet of
much
it.
butter. And Granny's out there in the kitchen with that churn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
So
so if everybody thinks this is a new thing, man, this is not a new thing.
No.
It could happen again.
so
And that's why we're talking about. My grandma called it a freedom garden. I'm sorry, you guys. It's a victory garden. But
No,
my
that's what.
grandma
No,
always
that's all
called.
good.
My grandma always called it a freedom garden.
I want to get my hands on this
she's
book
an
right
old
here.
Italian woman. My great grandparents came over to middle of Kansas and settled on a homestead.
so this is so basically y'all saying this is history. Repeat itself, basically.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%, brother. 100%. But the problem is, and this is the problem that I see, that I'm sure all of us sees, is why and I'm sorry, Tom, I have to say it. Why the fuck are these guys not warning us like they did in World War II or in World War One? I mean, at least then they were telling us, grow your food. You're going to go hungry if you don't grow your food. Again, forgive me, Tom, but what the?
This food shortage is planned, man.
Well, no, I'm agreeing with you. Yes, it's 100% planned, but just what the?
Catch them off guard.
It is to starve,
Something else to have us bewildered and wondering what's going on.
and it's populations. I mean, there are going to be a lot of people who die from starvation if they keep this up.
Well, yeah, they already have. It's in the hundreds of millions by now, guys. From
And worse,
They've already softened so many people up.
From 2020 to right now, there's been hundreds of millions of people that have died of hunger, and it's absolutely it's blasphemous. It really is. Just by stopping the grains or wheats or whatever food that we supply for a lot of the country, just by stopping that because everything's shut down, or from what other countries, because Russia, Ukraine, all these other places where they ship a lot of food out to other places too. But guess what? They were shut down too. It wasn't just America. Everybody was shut down, and it killed a lot of people that depended on those nutrients and those foods. And I'm not saying it's their fault. They should be growing their own. They should be finding their own ways. But we, the first world people, go into these places, completely annihilate the soil, annihilate the water, to make these other people dependent on us, and then all of a sudden we take away our hand, and they're dying of starvation.
But
So it's up to us individually.
They've softened so many people up.
They have. I agree.
I mean, how many actual people are growing victory gardens?
Yeah, just showing all my stuff.
Honestly, none of my neighbors are. There's like a neighbor 2 doors down. It is.
Well, I'm going to start pumping that phrase a little bit more, Doc Mac. I put it in my first garden video, but the amount of times you done said it tonight, it's starting to get ingrained into my head that maybe I need to start just saying it more and more when I'm talking to people about it, because in all reality, that's really what we need to start thinking of these gardens as, is a victory garden,
Yeah, because don't say it because my grandma always called it a freedom garden, because she came from hell on earth with the Nazis or my great grandparents did, and came and settled in Kansas. But she always called them freedom gardens because she escaped the Nazis and all this. So she always called it a freedom garden from
Maybe,
the time she was born.
maybe the current one should be called a Freedom Garden, and the others were a Victory Garden because everybody understood what the victory was over, supposedly, and so it was called a Victory Garden. But maybe it should be called what your grandmother called the other, a Freedom Garden, because it's freedom that we're trying to find now.
Actually, we need victory because our government is at war with us.
Oh, I know that.
Yes.
Victory is a good word.
Yeah.
Victory is a great word, and but I
Victory.
think freedom is also great because my grandma was facing the worst of the worst, and she always knew that if she had her garden, she could feed us, and she could feed her family, and so that's why she always called it. I guess that's why she always called it the Freedom Garden, and I have a Freedom Garden in my backyard. I have 3 of them now.
Awesome. What size are they, Doc?
Oh shit. This new one I just built is it's, oh my god, it's like 46 by 72
Oh, that's a good size patch there.
by
You want a
34, and the other side is 64 by 24.
Decent. You
So,
should be able
I
to
got-
grow
I-
a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping so. Let's just see how Mother Nature. Last year, I had a great harvest.
Awesome.
So we froze a lot, and we made it through the winter without buying anything from the store. And of course, we made it through the summer and just ate fresh all
Yeah.
summer.
And there's
so-
nothing better.
And we still have stuff. We're still not buying from the store.
Well, we just
So-
did the opposite. We bought a beef locally. So all our trips to the store was for stuff that had been grown. You know, we didn't buy meat. And right now that's paying off.
Oh, Tom, I don't know if you heard me last summer. I told everybody to buy beef and pork. Buy a quarter cow if you can. Buy half a cow if you can. A whole cow if you can.
Yeah.
And so in, I think it was August, because we buy a half a cow and half a pig every January is when we usually do. But I just knew something was going on. So in midsummer we ordered it at $2.20 a pound.
Wow.
And so we got it in August, which stuffed our freezer to the top.
Now, was that your total price, or did that include did that include the butcher as well?
Yes, that includes the butcher and everything. It's
Well,
so
you got a deal, man. I paid $7 a pound for a quarter.
no,
But the butcher
we
fee was
bought a half.
almost as much as the beef.
All we could fit in our 2 regular refrigerators that we have, one upstairs, one downstairs, and our deep freeze was a half a cow and a half a pig. The pig was $2 a pound, and the beef was $2.20 a pound.
That's pretty impressive, man. I don't know how you got it that cheap. You must have an in.
No, that's what it was back then. And
Huh.
and I screamed in every live chat I could be in, buy a half a cow or a quarter cow, because you guys, the meat is going to go crazy, and I don't know how many actual people listen to me. Probably 0. But
I honestly didn't know you last summer, man.
I was telling everybody that would listen to me, buy meat now because this is going to go fucking crazy.
I don't even know why I
Oh,
did it.
sorry.
I just got a wild hair and said, hey, I think we ought to buy a quarter of a beef. We had the freezer, so why not?
Yeah.
And
the meat's 100% better
oh yeah,
than buying it
oh
at
yeah,
a regular grocery store.
yeah.
We don't buy meat at a grocery store because it don't taste good like it does if you buy
It's not
your
fed
cow.
like a homegrown cow.
Yeah.
It's not.
Tony Smith, yeah, I know it won't be that cheap now, but guess what? I don't have to buy meat until at least the beginning of next year, probably.
If anybody's looking for some really good meat, sorry to talk over you, Doc. It's called azurestandard.com. I'm going to put the link in the chat, but it actually comes from Oregon Milkmaid. That's where she gets a lot of her meat. And she turned me on to the place, and I'm like, man, all these people are not even that far from me. But they ship nationally. They do drop spots, but man, they got some good meat. Collectively, they use the farms up here in Oregon collectively, and then they send it out, to the United States, depending on, I mean, there's got to be orders, obviously. If just you ordered from them, Tom, you would probably have to wait for somebody else to order with them, and then they come in and drop them off at the drop spots and
To
stuff.
make it worth.
Yeah, exactly. But according to Milkmaid, now we're making our purchase here in the next, either tonight or tomorrow, just because we're still shopping on them. But she's been getting it from them for quite a while. She gets a lot of her animal feed from them too. But she says the meat is top notch.
Nice.
You'll want a Traeger, and you'll start wanting to cook meat the right way if you start getting this meat. If you start buying half a cow or whatever, because this meat tastes totally different than what you buy at your local store. It tastes 100% better.
Oh yeah, I know. Dude, I'm in Oregon. I mean, I guess a lot of people don't know, but we got lots of ranches up here. That's why it was so detrimental to us that they're trying to pass a law to where you can't kill any of your animals. And they trying to make them die of old age and shit, and your ass go to jail if you kill any of your freaking domesticated animals. Well, as a ranch, all those animals are pretty much your pets.
There's no way that's going to pass, right?
Man,
it's going to pass because they live in a
Don't ask me,
state.
Tom.
Good morning, Steel and Tree.
I mean, we're red through and through, but who knows?
I'll be right back.
All right.
Damn it, Ghetto. You live in such a candy ass state. Jesus.
That's the cities, man.
But we have multiple cities too that are crazy.
You got yeah. Well, and I mean, there's
still enough good people that we don't fuck around. They know to shut their damn mouths.
Well, I see it more as we're the experimental states. It's all accelerated now, but I see it more as, best believe, Doc or anybody thinking it, me and Silver Girl, we're not voting these things in. We don't even have, our votes ain't being heard, period. These corporations, these companies, these other countries, or whatever's going on with it, they're the ones that are putting it in place. and we are the test states, knowing dang well that it's going to just spread to other states, regardless of if you think it's okay right now. Start paying attention to what's going on right now in those cities, just like in Texas when it comes to Austin or Houston or whatever, they're turning into little Portlands and little San Franciscos. Well, that's how it started here in these states. It started little, and then all of a sudden you got ranchers over here like, what the hell just got passed? We didn't vote for that. Oh, well, the cities did, blah, blah. You know, they blame the cities blame the rural, whatever. We're blaming each other because of our votes, but at the end of the day, not one of us even voted things in. They just got passed, period. And I know that's where we differ. I know we differ on those, Tom, but even down to the local level, man, that they're getting us.
Well, this shit gets passed in the legislature, but then we got to answer that the very next election with a resounding no. We're not doing that. So if they want to do that, let them lose their jobs the very next election. Why aren't people thinking that way? Why are we letting these morons decide how we're going to live our lives? Hello there, honky.
What the hell? What'd you just call me?
Good-looking honky came into the chat.
I thought Von Erich was going to be like, what the hell he just saying? Wait a minute. Y'all don't let me say that. Wait a minute.
I ain't heard that word in 30 years, man.
Vaughn over here like, man, I've been waiting to say that. Tom said it first. He must be on. Be right back. Because I figured he'd have had a chuckle on that one.
Yeah, but these gardens, I'm telling y'all, making fun of my aunt, but that building that I was talking about out here behind the house, that was my grandmother's summer kitchen. It has 3 rooms. One of them was the kitchen part. The middle room, she would can all summer long. And the middle room of that building had shelves all the way around the room. I mean, the only place there wasn't shelves was where the door was. And those shelves were full of canned goods. She didn't go to the grocery store and buy vegetables. And of course, they got their meat from the farms too. My granddad owned a farm. And I can remember one time we butchered hogs. All that was done up on the farm before he got too old to do that. But he raised hogs back here a couple of years. They were completely self-sufficient. She'd go to the grocery store for coffee, flour, sugar, and really that was about it.
Exactly, Tom.
That's not practical for so many people in this day and age, though. They can't do it. Guardian prepping.
Now, Tom, my grandma had
Guardian.
a
Get
kitchen,
up here, brother.
and she would put the things on the shelves to cool down, and it was our responsibility to bring the cans or the jars downstairs. And you did 2 at a time and held them next to your chest because you did not want to drop them.
Right.
Oh my God. You want to talk about trouble? You get in trouble if you drop one. So, but it was a dirt floor, literally. In their it wasn't a basement.
It was a cellar.
It was a cellar.
Usually dug into the side of a hill with a building built over top of it.
That's on.
Right, and Grandpa had built the wooden shelves.
Yep.
And so you just start, and you knew to rotate them. You put those in the back, and so that's what we did. And I mean, I remember spending a full day, and we're like going to Grandpa and Grandma's place, and I'll be like, "Yay!" You know how kids do, and oh, you need to go out and see grandma. And I'd be running out to see grandma, and she'd be like, all right, start carrying them down. And literally all day, I'd take 2 at a time, put them next to my chest so I wouldn't drop them, and carry them down to the cellar and put them down. That was a whole day.
And
I
Doc,
thought it was cool. I mean, you know,
That's
being
going
a
right.
kid.
the thing with that dirt floor, Doc, potatoes keep, and for reasons I don't know why, but potatoes will keep better and longer in a cellar with a dirt floor than it will with concrete or wood. Now, I don't know
Yeah,
why.
but I don't know. There's bags of potatoes everywhere, but the shelves were filled with the cans or the jars, and we had potato bags everywhere, and that wasn't unusual. That wasn't prepping. That was just
Nah, it was just the
the
way it was
way
done.
everybody lived.
Right.
Yeah.
How long those jars last, Tom? I've always, when you very first told me that story when we was on the phone, I always wanted to ask you that.
Man,
Do
I
you
can't
remember eating
hear.
them decades later?
Oh, not decades later, no, but they would
Okay.
last years. I mean, it was like like Doc said, it was a rotational thing that you would eat. I mean,
Yeah.
this stuff wasn't being stored for a disaster. It was eaten every day, so you'd go through it and then replenish it the next year. There would always be some left over, but it it didn't keep, you know, for like
No
5 years.
decade.
It would have kept,
Okay.
but it didn't
Well,
last that long.
so did the flood happen? Sorry, Vaughn. Just one more quick question. Did the flood happen, or like at the end of it? When your grandma passed or whatnot. I imagine there were still jars in there. Did you? I mean, did some kind of disaster happen to where they got ruined, or to where the rotation stopped? Is what I meant, because I know you don't dig cannon as an adult, so you weren't rotating, and I know that.
Hey, we did it a little bit when we first moved back here, but circumstances, deer won't let me have a garden and all that stuff. But with the original cans, of course, she got old and quit canning a few years before she died. And
Oh,
then
okay. So
she'd
she was
been
probably
gone
eating.
10 years when the flood hit. She died in 75 and the flood hit in 85. So what
Okay.
was left in that building was not going to be safe to eat just because of the flood.
Yeah. Okay.
So it all got thrown out at that point.
Okay. I see. I was just always curious when I seen
And a
that.
lot of
Sorry
it
about
would have
that,
been
Vaughn.
good probably if it hadn't been for that flood. But,
Even probably right now, Tom. Man, they're opening cans like it. I've been watching some. There's a YouTuber that's what he does. He buys. I mean, they sell old cans from like the 30s and 20s and stuff like that on eBay, all kinds of places.
still
And this
full.
guy, yes, and this guy, man, he opened a can of like it looked like the original can of Campbell's soup, and he'll open it up. It looks like almost dust. He'll cook it up and he'll sit there and eat it. At least take a couple bites of it. I'm like
As long as that,
on camera, yeah.
he knows, as long as the top's not popped.
Yeah, I mean,
If
as
it's
long as
if
there's
it's
no air,
popped,
I
yeah.
guess as long
it's
as
not
it
good.
stays sealed.
Yeah, Tom's like, I ain't testing it though.
No.
Go ahead and eat it and
Actually,
tell me how it was, man.
Yeah, exactly. What was you gonna
actually,
say,
if
Vaughn?
it's
Oh God, I was just
Sorry.
saying, all of y'all talk about is foreign language to me. That's all I was going to say.
Oh, okay. You missed when Tom called one of his viewers a honky. I was
What?
like, oh, Von Erich must
Oh,
be right back, man, because he been waiting to use that word this whole time, and then Tom uses it like, what the?
oh my goodness. What? Oh man, I'm gonna have to rewind that later on today.
Yeah.
Flowed out of my mouth like I say it every day. Good morning, Mr. Guardian. I'm honored to have you, sir.
hey Vaughn, if
Yeah.
if you have a canned product, the top is popped,
Mhm.
even if even if it says on the outdate that it's still good to eat, don't eat it.
No.
That's salmonella in a worse extreme. You're going to get sick and you could die.
Botulism.
That's
So
like a little
it don't
boy.
matter if it's 1 year or 10 years. If the top is popped, you don't eat it. Golden rule.
It's like the little boy that got sent to the grocery store and he came back. He said, Mom, I got a real good deal on all these cans. They're just bulged a little bit. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, rust as well. Rust is also quite a good indicator to look out for, like too much
Yeah.
rust.
Yeah.
So that's my second safety thing today. So that's my video, Tom. Look at me throwing
What
that
was
shit
that,
in.
canning?
No, I put a safety video up about how to overload your truck.
Yeah, I saw that one. Saw that one.
So see, this is my second one. Don't eat
Don't eat bulged cans. Or rusty.
bulged cans.
I tell you what, man, to be honest with you, I ain't loading my truck with dirt at all. I got a trailer. I didn't buy that truck to use as a truck. It identifies as a Lincoln Town car.
Oh no. See, that's why people wonder why I didn't buy my Jeep and just buy it cheap. And I was like, no, I need a truck. And people are like, you'll never use it. I put in so much dirt and soil and rock and everything else, and because I need a truck.
Trucks are handy.
And I haul stuff with it. But as soon as my wife, sorry, Tom. She bought these damn flowers, and now I gotta buy rock and put these flowers in because I have a rack. I have a rack for my Gladiator, and I have a rooftop tent that I want to show everybody. I want to make videos for everybody to see these. This is a kick-ass tent and a kick-ass rack. But guess what? I gotta wait for the damn flowers. And the damn, oh, sorry, Tom, don't mean to cuss.
Damn is
the rock.
perfectly acceptable, man.
Okay, sorry. I'm
No, totally.
disrespecting you. Didn't know where. Okay.
That's
So
funny,
now-
Tom. That's the only cuss word I believe in. Sorry, Doc.
So now I have to wait for this rock so I can pour in my back of my truck to get in the. So now I have to wheelbarrow it to the back of the yard and put all this damn rock down, and then I can actually put the roof rack on and the bed tent and everything else and show everybody. I'm like, woman. She bought. I was like, she went to Costco and she was like, we're buying all these flowers, and I'm like, can we eat them? And she's like, no. And I'm like, why are we getting those? Because they'll look pretty in the
Make
backyard.
her
And I'm like,
happy.
but we can't eat them. And I'm like, why do we need? And the front yard's yours to make it all look pretty. The backyard's all mine. That's what feeds our family. And she's like, but they look so pretty. And I'm like, oh.
Hey, man, a lot of flowers will also protect your garden from predators. Like,
And
certain
add the
insects.
bees. Yeah,
No,
and then bring in the pollinators too.
Absolutely.
No, these won't. And it's
No,
just,
they
I
it's
learned
just
that.
like
I learned that in the ghetto.
it's just like the dog. I cave because it's the wife.
Doc, you gotta make mama happy. Now, if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy.
I know.
And
And
if
she,
Ain't that
mama
the
ain't
truth?
happy long enough, you ain't happy with half your stuff.
I know.
Yeah.
I make her happy, and she lets me buy anything I want to with my Jeep and my camping and my prepper stuff.
Well, there you go.
There you go. On that note, though, on the mama happy, how you doing, Guardian? Is mama happy? How's the baby coming along and stuff, man? I haven't been able to talk to you for a little while. Miss K, if you're listening, hello.
Good evening, Miss K.
Hi there.
Ah, there she is. See, I knew she was listening. How you doing, Mama Bear?
I'm good. I'm arguing with Guardian about a chocolate.
Let her
Not even
have the
joking.
chocolate,
It's a
Guardian.
good argument to have. So.
It's not like an argument. It's more just like, because I want to. I'm not going to explain it.
Different
It's
flavors.
such a cheesy argument. I'm
Which
not.
flavor I want and which flavor he wants.
Don't explain it.
That's
Sounds-
pretty much it.
Yeah, that's a first world problem, though. Really.
I've been noticing myself saying that a lot. The first world problems. Like, man, what kind of problems is this? Yeah, I got you. Me and my wife will argue. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, 100%. Go ahead, though.
No, well, it brought me up to you talking about the chocolate. So my wife is telling me how good a chocolate covered payday is, and I'm like, man, that's just a Baby Ruth. And you should have seen the look in her eye. No, it's not. I'm like, yeah, it is pretty much. Yeah, I'm like, well, I'd rather have a Baby Ruth. No, you don't. You want one of these. So yeah, I gotta get the argument on the chocolate. This is actually just a couple days ago, and I'm like, yep, first world problems.
Absolutely. I like that phrase. You know, too often we forget how good we really have it.
Man,
But we do have to fight to make sure that doesn't get taken away. We
that's
haven't
unfortunate, but
yeah.
you are right.
Yeah. We forget to appreciate.
Yep.
It's good to see Guardian Prepper. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, it's good
So.
to see you too, man. I've definitely been a bit too long since we've been on panel together.
I appreciate it, brother.
Well, now, I didn't know about this blessed event. When's this supposed to happen? Or has it already happened? She's wanting chocolate, so it ain't happened yet.
No, so we actually have an official date because I'll be doing a cesarean again, like I did with my first daughter. So it's been scheduled for the 22nd of June. Our estimated due date was the 30th, and they've scheduled it for the 22nd. So then we'll be adding another little bundle of joy
All right.
All
to
right.
our little tribe here at home.
Congratulations. That's what we're fighting for, y'all, right there. Our next generation.
Yep.
It's all about the kids, bro. It's all about the family, the
It
next
is.
generation as well. You know, that's something where recently I've been getting myself a lot more involved within the Scouts again. I come from Cubs, and Scouting is a background when I was younger. And it's been great to be able to assist and be able to be a part of that and see like how many, you know, to be able to teach the next generation some of the core survival skills, like the practical skills as well, is so incredible. And I've really been enjoying that and getting back into the, you know, I know that Survival Living will also find it pretty cool because I know he's also a big enthusiast of just the core survival skills and outdoor and
Good on you, brother. Good on you, man.
Yeah, man. And the younger, the better, you know?
Yes. I
Yeah,
wish I had the knowledge to be able to do that.
Yeah, instill the skills while you're young, and then they definitely adapt and evolve as you grow older.
That's awesome, Guardian, because I'm a survivalist and a bushcrafter by trade. So
Nice.
You
It's
know.
the best, man. Like, it really is so much fun. I've got a project coming up soon. I'm going to be doing quite a big shelter build. I'm looking forward to that. And then like a permanent shelter build out. And I've got a couple of clips of that already. But yeah, that's really awesome. Bushcrafting is such an interesting field as well. There's so much to it. You know, as the deeper that you go down that rabbit hole of bushcrafting, like the more that you understand, start seeing like just techniques and tricks that you didn't know. It's always exciting for me to learn.
Yeah, I'm actually subscribed to your channel, and but yeah, I'm
Yeah, I've been slow
I'm
lately
playing.
though because of the little one on the way. Like I haven't been creating much content late, like like much outdoor and survival and going camping and hiking and stuff. It's more just like for the meantime, being supportive and that's up a role more than anything else right now.
Oh
Helping get
yeah,
ready.
you got to take care of those. You got to take care of the fam. But I'm planning on getting out there and showing you some stuff.
Yeah, I look forward
So,
to it. Be awesome.
Now, Doc, do you do that live when you go out?
I got a GoPro now, and so now I'm planning on doing some of my bushcrafting, because with a phone it's hard to do.
Yeah.
And so I got my GoPro, and now that it's warming up, because everybody's doing winter stuff, and I'm going to go do a lot more stuff of my bushcrafting just because I enjoy it. It's not because of, this is what you have to do, or
Right.
if it, just let's get out there and enjoy doing it. Learn some stuff. That's why I do my bushcrafting. Is I like going out there with nothing, but like I said, I got my my rooftop tent and stuff coming with my Gladiator, is because I want to take my wife out there sometimes, and she's a city girl, so she needs somewhere to sleep and everything else.
Oh, sure.
But when I go alone, I go with pretty much my pack and my knife.
Yeah, Ghetto said the other day that you're the real deal when it comes to that. That you've got a vast amount of experience, and he definitely put in a good word and said that you're incredibly experienced when it comes to bushcrafting and survival skills. So it's really cool to have. Like, it's very good to have those that skill set.
He's lying. I said you take a RV everywhere you go, man.
Yeah, I'm rolling with 2 ACs and.
Have you guys seen the ridiculousness that Sorry, 1 second. Have you guys seen the ridiculousness that they've got out there with those luxury RVs, like those extreme ones, those really expensive ones
with the little cars in them? You talking about those ones? Yeah.
Oh,
exactly,
dude.
They fart out little mini freaking piggy banks.
I definitely don't think that's what you do, though, Doc Mac. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, to myself, don't worry. I'm not saying that you do that, dude.
No, I'm cool.
Get me into trouble.
No,
right? Always.
Actually, a lot of times I have my wife drop me off way out there, and I'll just take my K-bar.
Wow.
That's it.
Nice.
Good night, Tony, brother. Rest well, sir.
Yeah, good night, brother. I don't know. You're definitely familiar with primitive survival techniques then, right? Like the just as you say, basically taking like a fixed blade out there and you see how far you can get kind of thing. I've always thought that that's really awesome, like pure survivalist style, where you don't really do the excessive gear and stuff like that because of that whole ideology where the more that you know, the less you need.
Yeah. Actually, no. I grew up. The reason I like it, I think, is because when I grew up, we didn't have money, and I grew up in the country area, and so we go fishing and whatever, and we just sleep on the bank, or we'd seine for our minnows, and we do whatever we need to do, and we didn't have the fancy stuff that everybody else did. And so then when I went to service and we did SARS training and everything else, I didn't mind it too much. All the different things we did in the service. And so I got out, you know, I was like, you know, I sort of miss just being out in the wilderness alone and having to depend on myself for survival. And so I started just going out there with a few things. And then now, once in a blue moon, I'll be like, can you just drop me off over there? And I'll just have my K-bar. And I'll just spend a weekend out.
No nothing.
Sorry, Tom, what did you say?
I was just, you didn't even take a pistol, just a knife.
Yeah, just my K-bar.
Wow.
Because I know it's not full tang, and a lot of survivalists are going to get on me about not having a full tang, but my K-bar, you know, has never given me a problem. It's always been a dependable knife.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I'm an old Fleet Marine Force corpsman. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's because it works for you, right?
Right. So I'll just take a K-bar out and I'll survive for the weekend.
That's awesome.
I get that completely. Yeah, I definitely understand that. Like, I know that there's different techniques that different people find, you know, that fits them more comfortably as well. Using and reusing a certain amount of skill sets that you have and tools that you prefer, like in your situation, your K-bar, like that's definitely something that as soon as you get comfortable with that, you know, it's all about yourself specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do it to train. I mean, it's actually fun for me. You know, it's just one of those things.
No, I get it. You know, being out there,
it's peaceful. It's a release for me, especially in the stressful times in my job. You know, because I'm in medicine. So if my wife can just drive me out there and just leave me alone, and I can just be alone without anything, I'm good.
All right, Doc. So are you going out there for the peacefulness of the nature, or are you going out there because you're getting away from your wife, man? Come on, spill the beans.
Not my wife. A few kids.
I'm just playing, brother.
And my
He's
job.
like, no, I blame the kids now.
the kids and job, you know.
I hear you, man.
I'll survive on nothing. But no, I just, whatever's on my body, I'll survive on.
That's what's up.
And I'll make things work. That's part of bushcrafting. But I enjoy doing it. It's not a hardship because I enjoy doing it. And I've enjoyed doing it my whole life. I mean, when I was a kid, we built forts and everything else on the creek bank, you know. So that was just an extension. Once the military locked me in a cage and started beat me to do, you know, POW training and stuff, it was totally different. So once you get away, it's awesome.
Sorry, I just had to run for a second. If anybody said anything.
You say that at the quietest time of the conversation.
I know. I came back inside and I had to go do something like out there. I had to go and bring in a parcel.
We waited this whole time, man. That's why it was all quiet here. We were waiting for you to respond.
No, it's because I get back. It's because I get back and there's a silent moment, right? So I'm like, wait, what? Please don't you ask me a question.
Damn it, Guardian. We just figured out how to fix the whole world and you were gone getting a parcel.
I'll go back up the street, don't worry. I'll make sure I take notes.
How's it going down there, Guardian? Supply chain wise, wheat, grains, all that, same or getting a little bit tighter? I mean, you don't have to answer, but I'm just curious.
It's getting more expensive.
Yeah.
We haven't really had shortages, but it's more expensive.
Okay, that's same here.
Can you give an example how much more expensive?
So typically, so a loaf of bread is about 17 Rand. So that's about
A little bit more than $1. Well,
yeah, it's a little bit more than $1. Okay, and bread has gone up by 2 Rand. So now it's like 19 Rand for a loaf of bread.
fuel's gone up about 15%.
Fuel has gone up a lot.
Yeah, within the last several months, fuel's raised about 15%, which is one of the highest that we've ever seen by far.
No, it is the highest it's ever been.
Is it the highest right
it's
now?
the highest it's ever been.
Yeah,
so
where the hell is that coming from?
It sounds
Sorry
like
to
you all
interrupt,
have it
guys.
easier than
No,
we
you're
do,
good.
though.
No, it's about the same when it comes to price, though, Tom. It really does equate to the same. I'm wondering where the hell is it coming from, though? The gas, the oil. Like, I mean, I know what the goal is, but what are they using as the excuse? They're just using the war? That don't make no sense.
Yeah, because they saying that how Russia supplies a lot of it, and since it's held up, those prices goes up because it's on demand, and when it's on demand, that's why the price goes up because they supply about 40% of the EU. But I wanted to ask Guardian a question, but I don't think it'll be appropriate, especially because they can't talk too much about that government.
I think it's
any question's comfortable. Like, I'll always let you know if there's a question that I can't answer or something like that. You shouldn't be cautious about that. I'll always be able to be honest and just let you know that I'll answer in the most appropriate way possible.
Okay, well, they said the economy of South African economy has been doing pretty good for these past 2 months. What do y'all feel about that? And then you know that y'all are part of the new, what they call it, Brexit, not Brexit, but it's called a Brexit. It's South Africa, India, Russia, and y'all are part of that. But do y'all still feel the depression or recession or whatever there? What about the economy? Do y'all see it going up as they say it is?
Well, yeah, the thing about BRICS is that BRICS is our alignment economically, and that's something where it isn't really a military alliance, though. So, like, if it comes down to certain things, South Africa fortunately does have alignments economically as part of BRICS. BRICS is an important factor.
But if I may, like, BRICS also has some very shady dealings that we have with, like, Cuba.
Okay.
Like,
careful with that one. Careful.
Obviously, I'm just saying, like, we've got unemployed youth in our own country who have engineering degrees, but South Africa is paying Cuban engineers to come here.
Oh, okay.
And during COVID, we had student doctors who were willing and able to help with COVID, to help in hospitals and stuff. And they got something like 300 Cuban doctors to come to South Africa. So we don't know what the deal is. We just know that Cuba's getting a lot of money from us.
Well, there's one more thing that I can add to that real quick, which is that a lot of our military are being trained in Cuba right now. And that's something that should raise eyebrows if you know a little bit about the history. A lot of our military are currently being raised in Cuba. So, and the type of military training that is provided in Cuba as opposed to other countries is quite specific in the reasoning why they have that. But that's something that I won't go down that rabbit hole. But what I will say is that
economically, I'll be honest, maybe it's our province, because our province is one of the poorest provinces. But we haven't seen our economy going up. We've only seen the decline.
Yeah, and a lot of other people will say the same thing. So many people that are unemployed, like you wouldn't imagine how rough that actually is. And then when we speak about survival skills, it can carry over to that quite easily, where you see that there are conversations that I've had with individuals, and there are people that I've seen that have lived the most on the extreme verge of it's just extreme levels of poverty. It's terrible. And when you have conversations with people as well, and when you understand where they're coming from, and what they've had to do to survive, and certain survival techniques that they've had to develop, that is survival in itself in like the purest form. And those harsh realities are, like some of the most incredible people that will have the most wholesome conversations with you that have just had it really rough their entire lives, but that's something that shows the human spirit when people are able to get through some of the things that they've got to go through. And that's why I absolutely want this country to improve in so many different ways. And we will see it over time. I know people are impatient, but that's why I'll always say that Africa is booming when it comes to the economical side. We do have a lot of, just Africa as a continent is absolutely one of the most economically rich, and has some of the most incredible raw resources and materials that unfortunately have been exploited in some degrees, but there's so much more that's still untouched. And it is definitely a reason why a lot of countries outside of Africa are trying to currently get in as much as they possibly can, because it's one of the biggest growing, booming economical places in the world right now. And if the more you research into it, the more that you'll see what I'm talking about when it comes to that. So I'm proud to be from Africa. I'm proud to be from South Africa in particular. And I do have hope that things will improve. But right now, looking around, it's not everybody has the information that like allows them to have the hope, that I do about the place. A lot of people are dismal about the future of the country. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I see this. I'm trying to research it more, but it's this company in South Africa, because fertilizer has gone up, and they said it's this company in South Africa that's able to subtract some type of natural element that they can use instead of fertilizer. I forgot the name of the company. I think it starts with an R, called Renegade, but I've been trying to research it and see, because that's interesting that what they're doing, instead of using fertilizer, they're using this other thing that they can subtract from the earth instead of using fertilizer, because a lot of price of fertilizer going up. I was just interested in that because the president wouldn't denounce, Putin, the South African president. I guess he said they're friends, and then you said y'all doing business with Cuba.
Yeah, dude, it goes deep. Exactly right. About that more, and then not just that, but we've got a lot of capability for solar in the near future that's going to be able to counter our current electricity problems, because our electronic grid is in a really bad position. And at the moment, in the next couple of years, we will be able to resolve a lot of the electricity problems via the solar panels that are going to be installed across South Africa, which has been given the go-ahead. And they've found out a lot of the mines have even further, some of the mines have come out with a lot more resources that have been available. So that's a good look for our country. And if we can get if we can get on top of the fact that our power grid is as unstable as it is, then we'd be able to provide a lot more industry and provide a lot more jobs, and we'd have a lot less people being hungry. And there's nothing better to me than hearing that.
Absolutely. Yeah,
that is good. Yeah, that is. Now, y'all do a lot of business with India, right? Too, right? Because they are part of the BRIC too.
Yeah, that's where my grandfather's from. My grandfather's from India, New Delhi.
Oh, okay. That's interesting right there. That's interesting.
Yeah, so, it's we're a melting pot in this place. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Y'all pretty much.
Sorry to take that, but go ahead.
Yeah, y'all pretty much. Yeah, you're right. Y'all a melting pot. I was just kind of surprised that those countries united like that, and plus they got a bank. They formed a bank and everything. So that was interesting about that. I was supposed to, matter of fact, I was going to do this Monday, read more into that, because that was interesting how they formed that union like that.
Good night, Silver Girl. Thanks for being here.
Good night, Silver.
Well, I'm seeing reports and from more than one place, they say the average family in America, and by average, I guess they mean 2 parents and 2 kids. I'm really not sure, but can experience an increase in the cost of living of $5,200 over the next year. Well, folks, that's $100 a week, $400 a month. And I can remember a time where an increase in expenses like that, that would have done me in. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, how do you come up with an extra? You can't shit $400 a month. How do you come up with that? You know, with me, I don't have to spend money to go to work. I can stay home. I don't do anything anyway. So it's just like basic necessities and I'll be okay. But how do these folks with the kids and kids need clothes? I don't need clothes. Shit, it's obvious I don't have nice clothes. Man, I feel so bad. We ought to be enraged. We ought to be pissed off. It's got to go beyond feeling bad.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of people that's upset, but some of them they had like, what can they do? What can they actually do? And I think that's going on with a lot of people's head mentality is what actually they can do. And if they looking to see if anybody else is going to go down there with them. And if they don't have other people going to band together, they don't see it. People is not banding together to fight. And some people are so scared that, well, they was like, well, I ain't going down there because yes, it been raised about $400. If I go down there, they might raise another $400.
Wow.
So that's how some people's mentality is. They had a scare moment. They had a fear. And the people that can handle 400, they like, well, I'm all right. I'm good. So I ain't worried about a thing.
Well, that's a damn shame because everybody ought to be concerned. We certainly ought to be concerned enough about our fellow man that, even though I'm okay, it ain't right that you're not.
Right.
Yeah. Well, they're blaming their fellow man. That's how they designed it.
Yeah.
They're blaming the people that are actually struggling, and the people that are struggling are blaming the people that are all right. Nobody's pointing their finger up.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. That is absolutely true.
I think eyes are going to be opened here.
Now, honestly, Tom, for the last couple of years, nothing has affected me. I mean, because I've had to work the whole time.
Right.
And so I'm not dissing anybody. I'm just saying I've had, nothing's changed in my life except there's been less traffic on the roads at time because everybody else was locked down and not working and stuff. I've worked the whole.
So you're not spending more money though, Doc? I mean, you're working more, but you're also spending more, right?
But
or
now,
are you not getting?
But now, this shit, is affecting me. I mean, for 2 years now. I mean, now I know it's affected everybody, in different ways. But I just kept plugging along when everybody else was getting locked down and everything, and couldn't do nothing. I just had to work. They just sent me to work. But now, in these last couple months, man, now all of a sudden everything's affected me, and I'm like, oh shit. Gas prices have gone way up, and food prices, everything. Luckily, we don't need much food. because
Right.
we prepped, and we prepped hard. But
Well, I think, how's the job security on your side, Doc Mac? Is that something that you have to be concerned about, or do you feel confident in that? Because I know that that's what a lot of people are worried about as well, is job security. You know, is your job secure for the foreseeable future type of thing? You know, that's something that a lot of people worry about.
oh no, my job is like 1,000% secure, and if I don't like the way you look at me, I'll go to the next hospital.
Awesome.
I mean,
That's so good, man. Like that's the exact opposite of what I'm struggling with, man. And that's really good to hear, because that's something that can just help you sleep better at night. You know, knowing that you have that. It's a very good thing. Just
Yeah.
take like a moment every now and again and just be grateful for that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, 100%.
It's nice to be able to have that attitude. Hey, man, I was looking for a job when I found this one. I'll find another one.
no, I wasn't. I wasn't looking for the job when I found this one,
All right.
and that was before all this. And you know, that's. But
We got to like search for years. A lot of people that I'm close to, and you know, like are jobless right now, and then we have to sometimes have our resumes and CVs out for many years, struggling for work and legitimately, and pretty much be willing to take anything and still not get anything. Some people are educated, and even with the education, there's nothing that they can do with it. So when it comes to job security, that's something that plays heavily on things. You know, I'm not going to go too much into my own personal side of that, but like it's always something that's a concern, specifically when you're a family person, that you've got to look out and provide for not just yourself but those that depend on you. And then like if something is not aligned with you with work and that, just on a professional level, it's not something that you can deviate from, and I am grateful for the work that I've got, being in a place that has such a high unemployment rate. So even though it's not always where I'd want to be, I'd much rather be in nature conservation or be a game ranger in general. That's what I'd love to do. That's what I wanted to do when I was younger. But yeah, like sometimes we can't always just be in exactly the field that we're looking to be in, and sometimes we just gotta buckle down and just keep on fighting the good fight. And yeah, but job security is something that, even if I was dealing with what I'm dealing with now, but I had that job security, it helps so much more. Just to be confident in knowing that that stability is there. So it's something that you should definitely just give a thought to every now and again, Doc Mac, and just be grateful for. But anyway, just my little rant, and yeah, I'm happy to have a job, is all I'm saying.
yeah, no, I love the job I'm at. I love surgery, but guess what? I can go anywhere in the country and just put my name out, and I have a job. So it's not
That's
a
really
thing
cool.
like yours.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Fuck
Hey,
that. It
so-
ain't comforting to me.
It sure ain't comfortable.
Comforting. Yeah, it's comfortable
What?
for you. And you keep
What if I
repeating it, I'm
decide to
about
come to
go stalk
Oregon
you.
and you need some shit? Ghetto.
His chest is puffed up. I'm going where it is.
You keep saying it. I'm about to come take your IRA.
Right, dog.
Ghetto, what if you need your shit out?
I don't
You
need
don't
nothing
need
out.
there.
I ain't messing with the doctors. I don't like you doctors. I'm good. Unless I'm shot or stabbed, I ain't messing with y'all. And
You want
I've
me
been
there.
a long ways. That's an old life for me. So I ain't trying to get shot or stabbed ever again. I'm good.
No, I'm in a Guardian. I'm in a very lucky position. We're so short staffed everywhere that I can go wherever I want to go and do whatever I need to do, and I get paid well for it. So
That's
yeah,
good.
Hey, Hey, Miss
That's it.
K, what was the chocolate argument about? I'm still confused on that one. Like, what was the actual argument about?
So he bought 2 chocolates, right? And the
Uh-huh.
one has roasted hazelnuts in it, and the other one is just a plain one. Now, I wanted the plain one because he bought me very recently one with roasted hazelnuts in it. So I had that very recently. So I wasn't too keen on having another one like that.
Sure.
So I wanted
Yeah.
the plain one. And then that had nothing in. And then he wanted to be nice and take the plain one. So he was like, no, he wants the plain one. So I gave in and said, fine, he can have the plain one when I really wanted the plain one. But in the end, it came right, and he's got the hazelnut one, and I've got the plain one.
All right.
Can
Yeah,
I
I'm
ask
trying to
this?
work on my figure. I'm trying to work on like my figure and trying to gym and work out, and I'm trying to like get a lot more healthy stuff. And yeah, I'm sitting with a slab of hazelnut chocolate. So that's
Hey, this is how a simple old man thinks. Why didn't y'all just cut both of those candy bars in half? And you could
No,
have each had both.
no, I don't
No.
share chocolate like that.
I like that idea, Tom. I would agree with that idea, Tom. But Kay's not the same.
No,
I
I
don't
like
share
to have a
chocolate.
chocolate to myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel bad if you like got one square and I got all of them.
Okay.
Tom, you might be old, but you don't forget about women in pregnancy. Just give her
I
what
have tried
ever.
to, brother. I have tried
Give
to. Trust me.
give her everything.
Right. I know. That's
Oh,
usually how it goes down. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like that.
He's like, the struggle's real, guys. Come on.
it is.
No, even when she's not, like I try to, my grandfather, and this is something that might sound cheesy, but like my grandfather really instilled it within us to make sure that we serve. In these days they call it like simple, whatever, right? But like the way that I was brought up, like with women, you honor and treasure and adore them, and you sacrifice like the little luxuries and stuff yourself, like because we're guys, it doesn't take much
Yes.
to bring a smile to our face. And we kind of, that's just the way that I was brought up by my grandfather. And I think that's, and I'm not saying, oh, I'm so great, I do these wonderful things. I'm saying that that's a culture that I just reminisce over. I think that's something that these days isn't as often. And if you let a lady through the door, she sometimes thinks like, what do you want or something, It's like, that's not, I don't know, whatever.
I get it. We all get it.
You don't protect her because she can't protect herself. You protect her because she's a treasure.
Absolutely.
Yes.
100%. Yep.
Yes. That's
Well,
what
I
I'm
wanna show
talking
her
about.
something.
100%.
Yep. Protect the sheep.
Besides Mrs. Ghetto, just saying. She's a demanding broad.
You open the door because you're a gentleman.
She's not listening, y'all.
I think it will go back to, hopefully it'll go back to people understanding the benefit of chivalry and stuff like that. Like, I wish that, I don't know. I'm definitely getting too old for this world already. And like just started to.
No, it makes me very concerned for like what kind of guys are my daughters going to end up dating. Because
There you go. Yep.
like some of these guys, like couldn't.
I got these all to myself, Kay.
Those are delicious.
Oh, Tom, I have a whole gallon-sized Ziploc bag filled with the Easter egg Reese's. It's the best time of the year.
Oh, have mercy. Yeah.
Yes.
And I ain't supposed to be eating this stuff, but I can't help myself.
Hope your doors don't wind up with a wrapper. What are those crazy wrappers? Oh my God.
I had the wrappers.
Might wind up with oh man. only one name a rapper.
I commit all my sins late at night and hide the evidence.
I take it
Are
Miss
you a
Laura's asleep right now.
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Oh,
Garden.
No.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm over here talking crap about Miss Ghetto. She ain't paying attention, y'all.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, with the difference between chocolate and dark chocolate. Like, do you also enjoy dark chocolate, Tom?
oh yeah. I love that dark. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ugh.
and it's really healthy too. It's a
No,
healthier
but what's
chocolate.
really funny, so I've never had chocolate from the States, right? But Guardian has. Now, I've heard that your guys' chocolate tastes very different to our chocolate. And-
Yeah, it's probably more fake.
It actually tastes good.
I don't know, I think we've got really nice chocolate. I can't imagine it tasting.
I imagine you do, Miss K. The amount of preservatives and chemicals that they put in our food over here, because we're such fat consumers, I could imagine that your stuff is it's probably more legit. You know,
I
less
wonder-
ingredients.
You have so much more variety though, so that you've got to take that into account too. Like, because you've got more variety, you most likely do have access to some more of the.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
I think Hershey gets their chocolate from all over the world.
yeah.
Well,
It might be
once
more
you
expensive,
once you have milk chocolate, you won't want to have sour dark chocolate from anywhere else in the
Oh, I
world.
disagree. I prefer that sour dark chocolate over milk chocolate any day of the week, man.
But you're 103 years old.
Well, yeah.
He said you're 103 years
What's
old.
your
That
point,
is so
Doc?
disrespectful. That is so disrespectful. I'm going to put him in the street. That is so disrespectful.
But I didn't cuss, Von Eric. So it's okay.
Have you guys had Hershey's? Like, are you familiar with Hershey's chocolate?
We own Hershey's
Yeah, that's
chocolate, man.
That's American company.
It comes out of
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
So, like, Hershey's is really good, right? Like,
Yeah.
Hershey's chocolate. Like, I really got to say that that's a chocolate of you guys that I really enjoy. There isn't, chocolates from different places throughout the world. The fact that you guys have Hershey's. Got for one of my birthdays, my sister, she's been over in the States, living there for 15 years now. And one of my birthdays, she sent me a glass Hershey's mug with chocolates filled in it. And it was such a nice gift. And those are really, really good chocolates. So I've got to give props as well. And also, when I was over there, you guys also have incredible ice cream.
Yeah.
The wait, I'll tell you what the brand is now.
Ben and Jerry's.
Ben and Jerry's is amazing. Like, that's really good ice cream.
No, I don't eat ice
Really?
cream.
Yeah, I really enjoy that.
Vermont, Ben and Jerry's. Yeah.
They're the
own
most
ice cream.
woke. Yeah, Tom knows what's up. Ben and Jerry's is the most woke company in the United States right now. It's crazy.
Are you serious?
But oh yeah, man, they're 100% left, freaking everything.
Yeah.
They're.
Yeah.
It's my favorite ice cream, though. I ain't gonna lie.
No,
it's my favorite.
They got some good
Strawberry
ice.
cheesecake, man.
They got some good ice cream. I got some good ice cream.
Hey,
Oh,
Chuck,
yeah.
I remember those days too, but you can't do that now. There's too many security cameras around.
What was you talking about? Robbing a bank? Yeah, what you talking about?
Don't you?
Oh, I'm thinking. Wait a minute.
Oh,
He said for a nickel, 5 pounds of chocolate, a Coke, a hamburger. Dang.
is he 103 too?
He's got to be.
Yeah, he must be 110.
No joke, for a nickel.
Back when Coca-Cola had some real Coca-Cola up in there, you know?
Yeah, I'm telling you, they had the actual Coke in that bad boy. Oh man.
It's funny y'all started talking about chocolate. Just today, a friend of mine posted a picture. This guy lives over in Hawaii. I've known this dude for 45 years now. But it was a picture of cocoa beans. That's what they make chocolate out of, right?
Oh yeah.
not the
Yeah, cocoa
cocaine.
beans. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, just cocoa beans. Yeah,
it
it's
looked like an ear of
COCOA.
corn inside whatever this fruit was,
Yeah.
and the beans were white.
Oh yeah.
And apparently they roast them. It described the process it went through, and then it was roasted to make chocolate. I had no idea. And
Yeah, it's amazing.
it looked weird to me, but it looked like an ear of white corn inside this piece of fruit that they cut away from it.
There's a movie.
It's crazy.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, man. Ladies first.
You mean pretty?
I-
You mean pretty first?
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I was just gonna nerd out for a second.
I was just gonna say that there's a movie that I watched like a long while back called Chocolat. It's like actually got a little bit of explains some of the original times that when they started making chocolates and started to research it. But it's really like a very strange movie. So there's like I don't know.
Like a French art movie.
Like a French art form movie, almost. So I didn't want to say anything weird because I've got respect for the French.
It's
No.
quite all right, man.
We know those movies.
It's not one of those movies. It's not.
We've all seen those.
It's not that type of movie. I promise.
Oh my God, this is straight up.
Look like she got buckwheat held up in her crotch. Sorry, never mind. I'm gonna say it.
Chuck,
Morning, Chuck.
Morning, Chuck.
Oh yeah,
All I was doing all right. All I was gonna say was it's crazy on just how far we've come as a society. Like when it comes down to chocolate or coffee, when you look at the origins of these particular things and how they were invented, you know what I mean? Just like coffee or just these things on how we happen to come across these things that are now, you know what I mean? You couldn't even picture your life without them. I
Right.
imagine most of you guys drink coffee, stuff like that, but you didn't know that some monk, stewed up some beans after, you know what I mean? After watching all his donkeys or goats or something hopping around after eating them out of a bush. I'm totally taking this off of the movie.
I had to get back up. Yeah, I had,
They said Montezuma drank like a pint of chocolate every day.
yeah,
Think about that.
Yeah.
But the way they come up with this stuff it makes you wonder. Like the guy that discovered milk. What was that dude doing?
not really the first guy that wouldn't be the bad one. The second one behind him said, "Yeah, I think I'm going to try that too."
He said, well, he was looking at the baby. He was looking at the baby and all the babies like, wait a minute. If it's good for the babies, I'm going in there too.
Kind of like when somebody says that tastes like shit, it'd be like, "How do you know it tastes like shit? What shit tastes like?"
Oh, I know.
Ghetto would know.
There's something pretty cool that you guys can check. It's like it's documentaries. Well, it's short little films, but it's called How It's Made. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. And How It's Made is like a series of documentary films type of things.
Yeah, on the History Channel. Yep.
I think it might be. Yeah. And that's really interesting just to see the way that sometimes manufacturing's done and the processing.
Oh, yeah.
I geek out on that a lot.
Yeah, it's cool.
They did one
Right.
on air conditioning units, which kind of fascinated me since that was my trade. But yeah, that was really cool the way they go through that.
Even the simplest things, and it's like you're just watching like, man, that's a whole lot of somebody had to be pretty smart to build that particular machine to make a freaking hula hoop, you know what I mean, or whatever it is you're looking at. You're just like, man, they put a lot of time into that. But again, that's our downfall of society, though, guys. It really is. Just manufacturing and building these machines that can make things that used to put 10 people to work.
And now you got kids coming out of school that can't change a tire, make an egg, or wash a load of clothes.
Right.
Yeah, dumbass parents, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't even blame the kids no more. I'm tired of blaming the kids, honestly, because it's like you can only do it so much. You know what I mean? If that makes sense, without saying it's the parents, and then the parents.
Oh, I
So
go.
at some point, it's our fault. Is my
Right,
point.
main part of it being our fault's letting the schools unteach and brainwash our kids.
There you go. Yeah.
Absolutely. Steel and Tree, you go ahead and get out there and show the world how good you look, man, and have a great day. I think he's getting ready to go to work.
Yeah, something. Have a good day, by the way, Steel Tree. Good to see you.
Still
Something
true.
that
Hey, brother.
All
Yeah.
right, Eric.
there's a problem when we start also when nobody knows how to make the things that are producing things either. When we kind of like have a couple of generations or something that aren't really interested in how the things are created, that the manufacturing process isn't created like that, and we just depend on machines and computers to create things, and then we lose sight. That's a very concerning problem, where we lose sight of how to create what we currently have as well.
Extremely. And good luck today, Eric. Hopefully you sell everything in the truck, man.
Yeah. Hey, man, I made a good living just capitalizing on the fact that Americans have lost the ability to use tools
Yep.
and figure out how to fix something for themselves.
Right? Hey, you may know what the device is, Tom, but my cousin just spent $100. It was this last summer. And all he did, so his air conditioner went out. And the guy came in and all he did was he popped the grate off. I forgot exactly how he explained it, but it was almost like a little fuse or something. Basically, it was a little kill switch that was within the unit itself or whatever, and he popped something open, flipped the button, or a fuse. I'm not. It was a while ago, but anyways, it was a 2-second job. Is my point. All my cousin had to do was pop the grate open and do it, and he paid the guy $100. And my cousin rationalized it like, well, I mean, at least I learned how to do it while watching him do it. So it's like, man, you could have jumped on YouTube and figured that out, and you'd have saved you $100.
God, we
You know?
hate
Yeah,
YouTube.
your outside unit outside has a little panel you open up, and they'll either have a relay switch you can flip like a breaker, or a pull fuse panel that'll have two fuses in it.
That particular instance there, no doubt, was a high pressure switch that the mechanic just pushed it.
Yeah, and he even told him that too. He was
One
like,
of those
you're
pop-out
paying me to do
switches. All you
this,
gotta do
right?
is push it back in.
Yeah.
I'd have got that. I'd have got a $5 crackhead.
Okay, the thing is, man, how many thousands of dollars did that guy spend learning how to push that switch, or what to?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, exactly. But just imagine living in a place like Southern California, where it's hot 24/7, 365,
Right.
and you not knowing how to make sure your family stays cold.
Yep.
That's I was kind of piggybacking on what Gardy was saying. Is really bad that we can't do anything like that for ourselves. These are things that we depend on. And
Oh man, we used to joke about just walk through some neighborhood in Baltimore with a jug of Freon and a set of gauges on your back, and it's, hey, $50, no checks. You'd make a fortune. They see that jug of Freon, and it's like crack. They're all over you.
I had a handyman.
You're here, man. Come over and take a look at mine.
Yeah, I had a handyman thing around here. I did auto mechanics, home repair, and stuff. And about this time of year, it was my biggest boom was air conditioning. I don't want it fixed. I just want air conditioning now. Put Freon in it.
Yep, that's it.
Main thing, when that guy shows up at your house, you're not paying for your time that he spends there. You're paying for his time that he learned to do it in that 10 minutes.
Yep.
See, could be me. That's why. Thank God for crackheads, man.
There's a bigger problem as well that comes up when it comes to like the way that kids are educated. a lot of the time, the schooling system, and obviously the way that it was designed through the industrial age, down to the school bell and the way that you stand in single line and the way that everything is like done exactly like manufacturing style. And what's happened is the world has evolved in a lot of ways, but the schooling system and the way that schooling systems are designed like aren't teaching kids like a lot of these base things, these concepts like that people should understand, and principles, and self-reliance skills, how to do their taxes, how to do simple things.
It stopped being from how to think to what to think.
Yeah.
And that was where the big shift changed. Like that's where the big change happened.
And that's an issue. Like that's where something is a big problem, where we have kids that are in school and they're just not engaged in education anymore, and education isn't made to really be like teaching a lot of the important things that kids need to learn. And then when
it doesn't even teach us things that we use that we're definitely going to use, like Guardian mentioned, like doing taxes. Like you don't do that unless you do that as an elective to specifically choose to learn that. You can do accounting, and then then you'll learn stuff like that. But other than that, you won't.
Then there's so many. And
then they take things like Sorry, babe.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
And then they take things like woodwork out of schools, which used to be a standard here by us.
Right.
Take out woodwork, and then they used to do the same thing for like women, for like girls. Where they teach like sewing, basic cooking things, stuff like that. Like homemaking types. And those are skills, like home ec, and those they don't do at all anymore. They don't teach you that.
Same here. It's almost like they're programming. They're programming us. They're trying to download the general information just to keep a society completely controlled.
Yeah, by this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's become everything, and that's why we've basically become like cyborgs already, because of how dependent we are on that, which you just showed now as well. Like cell phones have become something that's incredibly important for people, and it's it's a whole thing. If you do without technology for like even amazing what you can find out, that time slows down. You appreciate a day much more when you aren't wrapped up in tech as much as you are.
Yeah, I'm in my 50s, and I remember high school is. You probably remember it, Tom, too. They teach you somewhat how to do your finances and balance a checkbook.
Oh, sure.
All the boys went to shop class. All the girls did home ec. We learned typing in between. Then they swap through the year. The girls would go to shop class. The boys would go to home ec. Everybody's learned to cook something, sew a button, change a tire, how to change a light bulb, wire a light in, just little stupid things. Now they don't teach them any of that.
That's so good, though. Everything you just mentioned, those skills, that's what I'm speaking about. That's what's missing completely.
But do y'all think a lot of these corporations are doing that, having put money so they won't teach that in schools, like H&R Block and all those?
That's all behind this.
Yeah.
Good night, Brian. It was a pleasure to have you, man.
Y'all think that they're keeping those things out of school? Because let's just say they do teach that in school. I guess they look at it, that'll take money out of my pocket.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I feel like that they want people to be dependent on the systems that they have in place. And in order to make people dependent, you need to take away their ability to do things for themselves. Right. So if eventually nobody can cook anymore, and then the government comes out with this bar that everyone eats.
You don't even need that. Fast food places. Yeah,
fast food. Oh my gosh. Fast food. If you guys really want to freak yourselves out, just go and look at how bad fast food actually is for you. Like there's documentaries that'll freak you out. It's awful. And they already they put hormones and stuff in there that affects you in different ways that makes you more of a placid person. Like they actually did like tests where the hormones and stuff so they give it to the cows to make the cows more like chilled, when they're going into the slaughterhouses and stuff, and then it comes over and then it gets absorbed by us. And then it makes us more placid people, which means that we're less likely to, if we see some injustice or something like that, we're less likely to actually be like, hey, no, that's pretty messed up, you know?
Right.
And it's insane how they're like programming us.
Yeah.
It's a brave new world, y'all. Just
Yeah,
saying.
seen a
A
video
brave
the
new
other
world.
day about some little boy, he's probably 10 or 12 years old, in a school gym. I'm guessing he got the pokey or something because he fell and started seizing on the ground. And then next thing, all these people are just walking by, looking down on him. Nobody stopping to help a kid, adults walking by him. Then they finally found out that I think that kid ended up dying. He had heart failure or whatever from getting something. But people, like 5 minutes of the video, just walk by, look, and they'd stare, but they wouldn't help.
And see, the sad thing was there was a video. So, you
Yeah,
know,
that's the problem. That's our
instead of
problem
helping
is
this
there's
poor kid,
videos.
they're standing there taking a video.
Yeah, we'd rather take a
Wasn't there
picture.
recently? I think it was I think it was in the New York subway or somewhere, where there was literally a woman that was sexually assaulted on the train, and like no one did anything. They just recorded
Yeah,
it.
it was like 30 of them. There was a
How
whole
does
bunch.
a
It was
man stand
wasn't
by
it
and let
Philadelphia?
that
Because
happen?
we're so desensitized by media, like movies and stuff, you know. So we see violence, and it's like I've seen worse in movies because our brains can't do that distinction of what's real and what's not when it sees gore and blood
Yeah.
and stuff. You know, it still affects you.
Mhm.
It's
On top
crazy.
of I have to post this to my social media account. I got to be the first one so I can be trending and go viral
Yeah.
all at once. And these are the enemies, and they're all at once. You know what I mean? Just like what you said with the numbing down and the realness that they add to all these movies. And then you also have that dopamine that you get from posting to your social media. You have all these, you know, we're a target for all of these entities all at once. And that is what is detrimental to our society, period. That's why my son was out there shooting them laptops, and he had a big old grin on his face while he was doing it. Oh man, you guys gotta watch that, man. I was so proud of my boy.
Shooting laptops.
Yeah,
You
well,
using laptops for targets?
yes, sir.
Oh, that's priceless. That's awesome.
Oh, he was
yeah.
loving it. Yeah, he was loving it. I mean, that's another one of my side hustles is building computers and helping people out with, you know, tech stuff. So I have a whole bunch of old parts. So these were older laptops, maybe
Gotcha.
10 years or so, but
Hey,
I'm like, all right, so he went for the screens instead of the cans. He went for the cans later. He's like, Daddy, I'm gonna get the screens first. I'm like, why are you gonna get the screens? He's like, those are our biggest enemies, Dad. I'm like, yes,
good for him.
yes,
Good for
that's
him.
what I'm talking about.
He was banging
Now
them.
he still uses them. He knows they're a tool. Yeah, he was Doc too. He had center mass at 10 years old. He's doing pretty good.
Decent. Hey,
But
that's
he
the
knows
thing,
they're
man.
a tool.
Tools. And any tool
Yeah.
can be dangerous if it's misused. Any tool.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we got to be judicious. I got to run out to the porch. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of people from Tom's age to my age, and probably some of y'all's too. There's a lot of people see what misuse of tools does. You see them every day. Mechanics with missing fingers, and carpenters with missing fingers, skill saw accidents.
Man.
I know. I try to sew them back on.
30 years of them, I still got all mine.
Yeah, back here where I'm at, man, they starting to hit. Children are starting to get hit off. There was a boy going in the alley. He got shot in the back of the head a couple times. They starting to hit children now. It's really getting out of hand.
The only way to kind of curb what has happened and to curb violence across the board is for us to just, you see, it's become almost part of culture, like movies and Hollywood and everything, like the glorification of death. And as harsh as it sounds, but that's basically what's happened is the deeper side of things of people, and it's not a new thing. We've been doing it since the Roman days, with having like colosseums and people seeing that and people wanting to have a distraction, because human beings, like that's that's where Kay's theory, where we might be the prison planet, where like in the galaxy, like Australia was a prison.
I think we were such an angry race that we got banished from the rest of the galaxy to our own little corner, and that's why we don't have aliens.
Okay, no, hey, don't laugh. Hold on.
You bitches stay there.
Because humans,
nobody wants you. You guys just
Yes.
shit
Okay, but
each other. Just stay there on your own little side. That's what I think.
Human beings are like almost destined for just destruction, and it's the saddest thing. Like we are terrible to each other.
If there are aliens out there, when they drive by Earth, they roll the windows up and lock their doors.
Yeah, exactly.
all right. But, so Kay, have you thought about it like this? Not as in all humans are of the same planet, but each one of our races are from different planets, and they put us here in the prison planet. Because I've always thought that since I was little, and then when I got older, I was talking to actually a few people on here, and realized that, man, that's actually a theory. And I'm like, man, I've been thinking that since I was real little. Like each race is from a different planet.
Surprised to find out that other people thought that too.
Yeah.
As a planet. But the thing is, the way that I see it is that we're all the same type of messed up. All the humans, every single.
Oh
human
yeah.
being, no matter who you are, where you're from, you're either. Look, the reason why I say so is because there's absolute evil in every single. Go look at the top 20 most biggest dictators in the world. The people that have murdered the most people across the I'm speaking about millions of people murdered underneath their name.
Doesn't matter.
Race doesn't matter at all.
You've got that.
You look at all of them.
That's
Stalin.
Yes,
Stalin. Yep, 100%.
You got Hitler. You got the most evil bastards.
So it doesn't matter. So what I'm saying is that it's got to be a human element. Like it's something about the human condition that for some reason, like we have that darkness to us, and I don't know, like how to reset that. I don't know how to move away from the culture of celebrating like your action heroes that go and kill a whole bunch of people, and they're heroes, and then like what I'm saying.
I get it.
We destroy for advancement in technology.
So what you're all saying is that humans are the galactic fuck-ups.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, pretty much. At least our lineage, at least our ancestors were, and we're stuck here picking up the pieces.
I mean, can see
it. To me, the evil and everything just proves more that there is a devil, and that there is the evil. I mean, if there's evil, there's good. I mean, that kind of goes hand in hand. To me, it proves that there is a God. I questioned, my God. I mean, he's my father. I love him. I don't question him in the sense like, what are you doing? But more or less like, man, how can this, type of thing. Yeah, that why really bothers me.
Yeah, we all get a free mind. So
yeah, I do, and I understand free will. I do. Free will's a big one.
Yeah, well, I don't. I mean, and the reason I say I don't understand free will, and this is a question I'm gonna ask God when I get there, but we wouldn't have free will if we didn't have the devil. So how is that free will? We're forced into that free will.
Well, I can explain my understanding as well. Is that the same reason? The difference between us and, for example, a tree, is that a tree kind of like, as soon as you give us free will, if we had giving us the option makes the option matter. If we were just programmed to be good, and that was how we were predestined, and we didn't have an option to be bad at all, and in the Garden of Eden, if you want to see it from that side of things, or I won't even go specifically into any religion or culture, but I'll say that just the oversight is that without there being the option, then good would not matter at all. There would be the good makes no difference if everything is good. If there's, it's about that choice, and that's what this is supposed to be in many cultures and religions. This is a test, where we are tested daily to be better and to do the right thing and to speak well of people rather than speak negatively of them and that type of thing too.
And look how we're raised up far with just comic books. Everybody looks at them. The superheroes never destroy the enemies, but the enemies will destroy the superheroes.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, to be a good person, you don't have to be a nice person.
I like that a lot. I can accept that as well. I can, and not only that, but I said it a while ago. But you know, I'm more inclined to affiliate and to be comfortable with people that wear their damage sometimes on the outside, because sometimes it's people that have the greatest looking exteriors that have the ugliest insides, and vice versa. You know, it's where I'm always comfortable to understand where people are coming from and get to know them before assuming that just because they look, you know, a certain way or something, like they look, you know, too harsh on the exterior, and they might even have when you're meeting them, you know, a lot of people have built up sort of barriers as well, where they have a defensive kind of exterior so that they don't get messed with, because they've learned that the people who are kind and friendly in the world get messed with and taken advantage of the most. So it's like a lot of the people, what they do is that you end up finding that some people with these rough exteriors have the most kindest and genuine hearts, but they've just been taken advantage of and they can't show that side of them anymore.
A lot of them confuse kindness for weakness.
Absolutely. It's about that, yeah. Yep.
But you're right, Guardian. You know, you get slapped down so many times and you lose the desire to be good. Doc, I really appreciate you being here, man, and I'm sure you need some rest. So we'll do this again. And again, thanks for coming.
All right, brother.
See you,
You know,
Doc.
he fell asleep on here for a little bit, huh?
I did not. You're rusty ass. No, I did not.
All right, Mr. Doc Mac. We'll see you soon, brother.
Hey,
It was
ghetto.
nice meeting you.
Hey, everybody in the panel, much love. Everybody in the chat, much love. I just have to go to bed.
Later,
night.
Doc.
Have a good rest.
All right, good night, brother.
Hey, brother.
Me
Yeah,
and the wife,
I
I took her out to eat earlier, and she come back, fell asleep on the couch. I fell asleep in the chair, and I just woke up 2:30. I'm like, full belly, fall asleep, and sleep the day away.
Actually, I was surprised that you were still on, Tom.
Well, I'm just getting about ready to shut it down because I'm hungry too, and I can't go to bed at 8 o'clock again. I was up 36 hours. When was it? Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
It broke me, man. And I don't know why I couldn't sleep.
I'm hearing a lot of people with that 36-hour schedule lately. It's weird.
Somebody said something about solar flares. And
Yeah, that was
Yes,
Friday.
sir.
Friday.
We're still getting slammed with them.
Well,
I know
Well, I just
people
spent the last
yesterday
2
had
hours.
headaches and backaches, and I think it's all kind of my wife's got it. I woke up Friday with them, but I got past it. But it's like a lot of sinus issue, kind of like allergy like stuff, headaches, eyes bothering people. And I think it's all attuned to that. Either that or what they're doing to us overhead.
and I tell you what, and I ain't going to say it too loud, but I know a couple of people with mental problems anyway, and they've been worse the last week.
Yes,
So,
I have been. Sorry.
Say again?
I said, yes, I have been worse this week. Sorry.
I'm talking about you, man. I was talking about
No,
people.
I spent the last 2 freaking hours just talking and turning. I just could not sleep.
Yeah. Well,
Twist you up some sleep and smoke on it.
there you go.
I'd rather pour me some sleep and drink on it.
That too.
It works for some. Yeah, but
That's
Yeah, I
the
think
worst kind of sleep, though.
oh, it
I
is.
think everybody's got their own poison as well, and I definitely side with smoking rather than drinking. There's personal preference, you know, but there's definitely people that have their own likes and dislikes. What I want to say though is I just want to say it's 12 o'clock midday here, and the rain's kind of stopped for a bit here, so I can get into the garden and do a bit of gardening, recreating it's a lot of work, but I'm recreating the garden outside at the moment, and it's been keeping me very busy, and been keeping me here at home base. So that's a good thing for now. But anyway, thank you for having me up on the panel, and I know you're going to be running soon, but good to chat to everybody, and nice to be up on the panel again with you as well, Ray. And goodbye, Bonerick. Goodbye, Ghetto. Nice to see you, Chuck, and bye for now, Tom.
Guardian, I appreciate you
Guardian.
being here. And Miss K, you take the daggone chocolate you want next time. You hear me? You tell him Tom said so.
Be like my granddaughter, pick it up and lick it. She'll lick it and then set it down. Say nobody will touch it now.
I know Guardian wouldn't care; he'd still eat it.
Wow!
Right?
Wow!
All right, Guardian. You have a good day, Miss Kate.
Kay,
Bye,
I'm
guys.
gonna remember your date. I got something kind of special happening on the. Oh, she's gone. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
It's nice to know that they're still around and kicking.
Oh yeah, always love having them on. Always.
Yeah, I think tomorrow I've been telling everybody about these. They call it welfare hydroponics for building, taking tubs and building little gardens out of them. I think I'm gonna make a video on it. I don't know. You probably heard of them, Tom, where they take milk jugs and put them in these 1.5 foot high by 2 foot wide plastic tubs, like a giant 5-gallon bucket. You put milk jugs after you poke hole in the top and the bottom. You line them up in the bottom, put soil up to the top of the caps, add your fertilizer, some more soil, work it in, then fill it with soil at the top. Some people run a piece of PVC into one of the jugs to water it through, but when you water it, it'll collect anyway. And what it does, it'll wick the fertilizer and the water up to the roots, and you can go days without watering them, and it's kind of a hydroponics, because whatever excess water, because you drill holes in the side 5 inches up, one on each side, and whatever excess gets above that 5 inches seeps out of them holes.
Man, I'll have to watch the video because I'm having a little bit of trouble picturing exactly what you're doing here. A gallon jug in the center.
You put the size of it is 2 foot across. You put, I think it took 7 milk jugs inside, and at the top of the jug, like, let me see, say this is a milk jug. This right here, you put a hole up here and a hole down here on both sides, and you line 7 up in the bottom. Then you cover them with soil up to the lids, put your fertilizer in, add more soil, mix it around, then fill it full of soil, water it, and then put your plants in. But you got on the sides of the main jug, which is 2 foot wide across the top, about 1.5 foot deep. They call it sweet feed buckets for cows. But anyway, you put a 5-inch hole on each side and the bottom of your main jug, and any excess above that 5 inches of water runs out of it.
So the milk jugs are full of water.
Yeah, they call it an air gap, and the soil between the jug
and dirt.
Works like a wick to keep the soil up the top wet, but it won't waterlog.
Gotcha. Interesting.
And you can go 3, 4, 5 days depending on where you live. And if you have them inside of a greenhouse, it'll last even longer. But it's one of them things, oh shit, I forgot to water plants. Let me go out there and shock them because it's too late.
Right.
You never shock your plants when you're doing that.
No. Yeah, you got to have a schedule, but that seems like a pretty good idea.
I'll make a video and post it on my wall. I seen one old guy did it. He did it a little different. They put landscape material over the jugs and then the dirt. The other guy did it without. Some of them add the PVC into one of the jugs, some don't. So
Wish I would have known that before all my plants died.
yeah, your green thumb would be a lot greener if you judge that.
Well, all right. I'm going to go rustle up some grub and go to bed. I do appreciate all you guys being on the panel and everybody in chat. Y'all are priceless. Love every one of you. And I really do appreciate it. So anybody else got any last words?
Good night, everybody. Everybody.
Start growing some food. Start preserving it. If I can do it, you can do it.
Absolutely.
Stack it to the rafters.
And resist. Love you guys.
Freedom.
Later, y'all.
America. Good night.
Later, everybody.
or I almost left the studio instead of ending the broadcast.